3, 4. Testing, testing.
I can hear you. All right. So,
Sent you co-host.
cool. Accept co-host. I'm just throwing together a quick thumbnail for this.
I'm an absolutely noob host. I'm trying to figure out how to get the link to advertise it.
Share. There's a on the top that's the little like ball with an arrow coming out of it.
Let's bring everybody in. Something about invites.
Oh my god.
There we go. The link is sent.
Alrighty. Requested. Oh, someone was requesting there for a second, but I wasn't able to catch it in time. There we go.
I am on the ball. I gave Monhop co-host as well.
Nice.
How's it going, guys?
Pretty good, pretty good.
You hear
Shame,
me well?
shame Kinsella fell asleep or forgot to wake up or whatever. Anyway. I mean, look, he can always jump in. I mean, it would be still cool to do like a live stream at some point, but, you know, he's obviously active on this platform, so he can always, you know, hopefully he sees this and maybe decides to jump on at some point.
Yeah. Sorry, I'm not being very talkative. I'm just trying to throw together a thumbnail in about like 5 seconds here. Oh my god, it's so fucking annoying. The way I've chosen to do this is just the worst thing in the world. Somebody needs to take away my image editing permissions.
First world problems. It's 9 a.m. on a weekend, and I threw on a shirt and set up my camera. Effort wasted.
Can you guys hear any of my background noise? I don't know how good Twitter's like audio detection is. Their audio canceling.
Yeah, that sounds fine.
You're good.
You
Okay.
seem pretty fine to me, man.
All right, cool.
I know there's some way that you can actually mute. Xspaces does give you the ability to mute like background noise, but I don't know how to do it if I'm honest.
Okay.
But it doesn't seem like it's an issue at the moment anyway for your Ace. So
Cool. All right.
Oh, fuck off.
welcome to the group ownership space, guys. We listen to Liquid Zulu get shitty with technology.
Yeah, he's throwing up a thumbnail. This is all sort of a bit impromptu. But what we'll do is, as soon as Zulu is ready, we'll figure out who wants to do the intro, introduce the topic, the issues, and so on. And we'll go from there. We'll make a fun space.
You should just use the original thumbnail and just whack a big hammer and sickle over Stefan Kinsella's face and just put that up.
That'll make him join. Yeah.
I'm just kidding. We love Stefan. We'd never do something like that to him.
Never, ever.
All right, finally. Copy that, paste that, rotate that. Ugh, terrible. Scale it up.
Reticulating splines.
Fucking throw a goddamn. I don't know, just give me a fucking drop shadow. Who cares?
This joke aged.
Sorry?
This joke probably aged me.
I don't know if I'm speaking out of turn here, but like, if there's anyone in here like that's in the listeners that like disagrees, like I feel like you should feel free to jump up and
I mean, yeah,
if
just
you want to.
yeah, may as well get some conversation going.
Exactly, because otherwise it's just going to be us all like just circle jerking about how much we all agree with one another. So
Oh no,
like,
this is I'm sorry. This is definitely, as announced, a circle jerk space for sure. Because this is what libertarians do. To be a true libertarian, you have to have 90% of other libertarians blocked, and you have to circle jerk and only debate Laura Loomer, okay? Or level, okay? that's mandatory. We gotta build cliques, otherwise, how we will progress politically?
You're not wrong.
Liquid Zulu, I came here just to tell you that your content is gemerald.
Thank you. Whoever that was.
Super
Jarhead.
It was Sir Chuddy Cole something.
Anna Chud Capjack, Jarhead McChuddy Pants. Truth nukes.
This is pretty much Liquid Zulu's prime target audience.
Okay, upload thumbnail. Oh my god, fucking where's recent fucking thumbnails?
Liquid Zulu, are you pro borders or against borders?
State borders, I'm against them.
Private borders. We can actually bring that discussion later on, maybe.
Yeah, I mean it is somewhat related.
Who doesn't love another fucking bordertarian discussion like that? If there's one topic on X that hasn't been discussed enough, it's it's immigration restriction.
Oh, for fuck's sake! God damn it! I need to make the live stream post on YouTube, or else it's gonna fucking slap a watermark over it. Fucking hell, Restream!
wow.
I hate you so much. I fucking can't stand Restream at all. Schedules.
So the title says group ownership is communism. Would you say that governments are a group?
Well,
No, we'll get to it. We'll get to it. I mean, I can start introducing the topic, but so I'll tell you some meta. So I've been I've been manipulating the hashtag debate in Liquid Zulu's server Discord, trying to make it a nice space for debate. And the way I did this is because I'm super lazy. Is I every 15 days I walk in there, and I created a rule set that AI can understand more or less. And so I scan 15 days worth of conversation into a text file, upload it to a couple of nice LLM helpers, and they produce a top 10 list of the most annoying people according to my rules. And then if they all align on one person, he gets read only for, until I care to reverse it. And so we actually started to have decent debates there as a result, because all the spam disappeared into other channels. And for the past week, we've had a super heated debate, partly in preparation for this talk that didn't happen, with a guy who was very, very insistent that co-ownership can work. And we chiseled at it until the disagreement became basically semantic. So there are people that want to call a certain type of shareholder an owner, and I should probably say broadly, we don't. This is why group ownership is absolute communism. But we will get into the details.
Yeah. I just wanted to say real quick, like that seems to be the key point. Is like whenever this topic gets brought up, the first thing that someone will say is, "What about shareholders?" And it's like, well, if you actually think about it, even today, properly understood, shareholders do not have ownership rights the way libertarians would understand what ownership is. So, like, it's just, as far as I'm concerned, first of all, like, it doesn't matter. Like, whether shareholders exist or not is irrelevant to the theory. It shouldn't be a factor we consider. But, like, even as it stands, it doesn't seem to be the case that there would be any issues with how shareholders work. They don't seem to have ownership rights as libertarians would understand them. Like, just because I own stock in Amazon, just because I own stock in Amazon doesn't mean I could exclude people from Amazon warehouses that I don't like. It's like, if I rocked up and said, "Hey, I have $1,000 worth of Amazon stock, I now get to, fire your workers," Amazon would be like, "No, you don't. Fuck off."
I've got
My
the
stance
thumbnail
on
up
the whole
now,
shareholder thing is
so we're gonna
who the
start
hell
the
cares?
stream.
Shares are stupid, and all companies should be private like Valve.
Indeed. All right, this should be good. So let's start streaming. Let's get the link. Oh my god, it's fucking so annoying. All right. Oh my god. Let me click on that. All right. Yes, we are live now. So, yes, a little bit of a mix up there. It seems Stefan Kinsella either forgot or just slept through his alarm or whatever. So we're not doing with Kinsella. We're doing instead just a Twitter space here. We got thankfully Casimir was able to host it, and it's the topic is group ownership. So if somebody wants to introduce the topic, how about Casimir? You go ahead and introduce the topic whilst I get this link.
All right, so let's just start with what we have right now. So the general understanding in society is that you can sort of intuitively, that's how people think, they can jointly own things. The most common examples are, the husband and wife jointly own their house. There are two neighbors and they jointly own a driveway. People mention companies with shareholders, where two people invest in a company, and so now they are co-owners of that company, and they have 50% share each or something like that. There is the government, sorry, the states, the federal incorporation law, where you can create a corporation with shareholders that have some kind of a ownership-like relationship. The general defense of this idea is that all of these people are separable from outsiders, So clearly somebody walking down the street is not the husband and the wife, and not the neighbor, and not one of the company owners, and not even a member of the corporation. Therefore, it's very obvious, for most people, it's common sense, that those people are excluded. They're not the owners. But our interest in this topic is more jurist, and we have foundational principles. And when our foundational principles tell us something, we basically we would want to adjust the language to be true to the logic and to the conclusions that we reach. So, what are these? Well, I'll cut it very, very short. Uh, we are interested in avoiding conflicts. And this is our understanding of the purpose of the concept of law. There is a way to argue around this. There's a way to explain. You can refer to Liquid Zulu's videos why that is the only point that stands and why other opinions are likely excluded. So, see, how does it connect to group ownership? If we have the goal of conflict avoidance, and I'll elaborate on this term shortly, then ownership as a concept, as a subset of the idea of, or correlated to the idea of law, must also be conflict avoiding. If I emborder a territory, it must be either virgin or previously abandoned. If I pick up a stick, it must be no one else's stick. Then I have become the owner of that stick. And the fundamental issue with group ownership, with this idea, is that it immediately introduces what we're trying to avoid. It introduces competing claims. The definition of a conflict, in most, I think most people will agree here, is that at least it's a competing claim over something, where one person says it's mine and the other person says it's mine. And in certain cases, there's a potential case where they both try to exclude each other. Famous example, one of them tries to use the stick to fish with as a fishing rod, and the other one wants to throw it simultaneously into the fire. And those actions are mutually exclusive. So those claims are mutually exclusive. Therefore, a conflict is there. Now, group ownership implies that there's a certain time in which people might disagree. And as soon as they disagree, that is the definition of a conflict. And the problem for us is that our legal system cannot solve things post fact. And I'll explain that too. So, when I said earlier it must be conflict avoiding, what is meant by this? Think about it this way: there are two domains of conceptually. One of them is your observations about reality. You see yourself, the space, things that you can emborder, so on and so forth. Another domain is the domain of, which is also part of reality, of concepts and logic, and let's say mathematics and legal structures. So our interest is in that other domain, in the domain of concepts, to have logical consistency. And within that, so within the frame, within the domain of the law, conflict must be avoided, meaning impossible. It is impossible to do something legally and initiate a conflict. Those are mutually exclusive. That is how we frame the system. Now, there could be conflicts outside of the domain of law. For example, I believe that I'm the first comer, and Monarch Kopian here believes that he's the first comer. This is a factual disagreement, and we don't know who is right, but then we check the camera feeds or whatever, or we have some other empirical way to test it, and we resolve this. We don't have a conflict in understanding of the law. We have a conflict about the facts. Now, another possible thing you cannot avoid in any system is a jurist conflict, meaning we both agree on the law, we both agree on the facts, but this is some unique edge case where the jurists have not yet decided who's the first comer and who then necessarily is deliberate or accidental aggressor. There could be a hypothetical which we just didn't think through before. Now, this is not a conflict that is inherent to the law. This is just something that is very similar to a factual disagreement. Once it is resolved, once the judge or our jurists decide one way or the other and support their decision via some logical structure from first principles, then it's like the conflict didn't exist. One of the parties is right. So this is what we mean when we say to avoid conflict. It's to make it legally impossible while within the realm of the law, while agreeing on the facts and while agreeing on matters of jurism. And the last way to think about it is that ownership should work as a function, meaning you can give it to an AI or a computer algorithm and say, according to this formula, for every time t, there is an owner x. And every time you input a time into the function, it should tell you who the owner is. And this is basically how we can explore the reasons why this is the case. So, questions or that was a real long monologue. Sorry.
I think you introduced that by saying, "Oh, I'll just go over it quickly," and like 5 minutes later or something.
Typical Casser.
But yeah, so I mean, yeah, if anybody disagrees, I think just the upshot there is that if you have, to whatever extent you have this thing called group property, where everybody is said to own something, then you don't actually have property rights anymore. You don't have the ability to avoid conflicts. Like, just imagine the easy case of there's Crusoe and Friday on the desert island, and through whatever means you think that somebody can group own something, they come to group own everything on the island. Well, then they're just in the identical situation as if they didn't have any property rights at all. They don't. Crusoe and Friday, they don't know how to avoid conflicts over anything anymore. It's identical, and this is really like the kind of realization you can have to where, okay, well then this thing called property actually doesn't work. It doesn't make any sense. I mean, does anybody have any disagreements? I don't know if I can see if somebody's requesting. So if somebody is, then I don't know. Somebody else
no
do
one
deal with
requesting
it.
at the moment.
I don't see yet.
I suppose it'd be worth kind of mentioning. So, because one of the most common disagreements will be, or one of the most common responses is typically, regarding contracts, and people will say, well, if people just agree, to a contract that stipulates group ownership, then like, what's the issue? Why, aren't we like voluntarists or whatever, where people should be free to contractually associate with one another however they want. But and this has been said numerous times by Zulu, and that again, the problem is at the end of the day that contracts are contracts about property. So in order to have a proper theory of contracts, you need to have a proper theory of property. And so if your theory of property, if the correct theory of property can't get you to a situation where group ownership is possible, or not possible, is satisfies the requirements of law, if it can't do that, then there's no amount of contractual, goings on that you can build up on top of that is going to allow it to occur. Because as Zulu has referenced, it's a stolen concept fallacy. Contracts are contracts about property, so you can't just, similar to how me and Casimir can't mutually agree. Hey, we're just going to voluntarily agree to enslave Zulu, and that's going to be fine because our theory of property tells us that we can't do that, and no amount of agreement between Casimir and I about how Zulu should definitely be our property is going to fix that problem.
It's the thought that counts.
I guess to kind of if there's no one that agrees with that position, to just kind of steel man it, the reason that I've heard most of them give for why it is coherent to talk about group ownership is the that ownership is about like the right to exclude, and if you have two owners, they're there isn't necessarily a conflict between the right to exclude because they can both just exclude each other. So I mean, that's usually where I've seen most of it go. So I guess if you want to like move towards addressing that point.
Can I tackle that point, or if anyone else wants to speak, feel free.
Yeah, go ahead.
No, go ahead.
Oh, so this is just like how I would sort of answer it. And everyone else here might disagree a little bit with what I'm about to say, but if they do, please, speak up. I think that oftentimes, Zark, you and I have talked about this before, but I think like the right to exclude, that is certainly like a very important aspect of property rights, right? That's sort of how they manifest when a conflict arises, or how it optimally arises when there's a conflict. But I don't think that's necessarily the whole of property rights. I think that the idea that you only have a right to exclude, and meaning that you do not have the right to use the property in any way, which I've heard some people actually argue, that seems to lead to some very odd conclusions that the libertarians would normally not agree with otherwise, and even the people making the argument would not agree with, right? So like one reductio ad absurdum I can just think of right now is like, if all you had was the right to exclude from your property and not the right to use it, it seems like someone else could exclude you from your property, not by using force on you, but merely by, like, let's say, blockading the pathway back to your home or something while you're out. And you would essentially your rights would not be violated because they are not trespassing on your property. They're not trespassing on you. They're merely excluding you from your own property. So I think that's just one case where it's a reductio. And also another case, the right to exclude implies the right to use in some way, right? I have to be able to use my body first off before I have the right to exclude. And normally we think of property rights, or we think of rights in general as, if I have the right to do something, that means it is non-aggressive. And if I don't have the right to do something, that means it is aggressive. And that's sort of just a tautology, really. I'm really just saying the same thing and expressing it in a different manner. So to say I don't have the right to use my property, but I just have the right to exclude, would almost, to me at least, imply, at least almost like in linguistic terms, the idea that, well, by using my property, I'm actually aggressing if you tell me I don't have the right to use it and I only have the right to exclude.
Yeah, I would just say on top of that, just real quick, sorry. Just on top of that, this whole idea that, you have a right to exclude and not to use. Well, that seems to work in the scenario. So you'll come up with a hypothetical and you'll say, well, what if one person wants to paint the wall yellow and one person wants to paint the wall blue and it's currently white? And basically what they'll say is, well, in that scenario, then neither should be done. They can exclude each other and the wall remains white. The problem is when you actually take like the core of it and you use a proposition and its negation. You use P and not P. So someone wants to paint the wall a new color and someone doesn't want that to happen. And basically the claim is being made that if they just exclude each other, then this doesn't, this means that, both people still own it and neither is winning the conflict. But surely if one person's desire is for the wall's color not to change, then that person is winning the conflict, has won the conflict. If that's the result of the dispute, is that the wall doesn't get painted, then whoever desired for that state of affairs to continue seems to be winning the conflict over that piece of property.
I will say on this point of exclusion, it is a valid way of defining what property rights are. I agree with DSA on that. But I think it comes from the fact that, like, if I were to go out into nature and I pick up that stick and I fashion it into a spear, I just factually am preventing other uses of that spear. That is, I'm excluding others from the spear because of the fact that I'm controlling it. So I regard the right to control as being identical to the right to exclude. Because excluding, well, what does that mean? It means preventing other possible uses of that stick in this case. But this doesn't actually get out of the hole. In Kinsella's article, they seem to be hinting that this gets out of the hole of group property, but it actually doesn't. Because if exclusion means preventing someone from using a certain property as a means in some way, right? But if A wants to spearfish and B doesn't want that to happen, well, A can't exclude B's use of keeping the stick absolutely still at the same time that B excludes A's use of moving the stick towards the ocean, right? because that's what scarcity means. That's what conflict means. So one person is just factually going to end up winning this dispute. They can't exclude each other, and that's sort of the point that Monhop was bringing up.
There's a bigger problem here. We're all discussing, what the result, the consequence, but we established first that if we're within the domain of law and we're discussing a legal concept, then conflict avoidance was supposed to be the goal to begin with. As soon as there is a conflict at time t, as soon as there is some ambiguity about who is the owner towards a particular task, painting or not painting, moving or not moving, that's it, game over. That's already the problem we're trying to avoid. That's why we established the first comer principle. And so I actually wanted to bring in some other ways that people try to sort of weasel around this problem. Let's say we convince somebody that it is important from the definition, from the first principles, to have a single owner at every time t. And then you start observing these types of contract ideas, like, for example, we will have two people that quote unquote jointly purchase a camera, and one of them is going to use it on Mondays, on like odd days, and the other one is going to use it on even days. And they have, a full mathematical function that tells them when it's going to be used. Let's make it as strong as possible. They even have an escape clause where they have this process that happens whenever they disagree. Let's say a disagreement means that they sell the item immediately and split the proceeds. All of this can be written in a contract, and what happens to them is the way the contract functions is that the person is the full owner of the thing during that day where they're assigned ownership. Now, there are two versions of this contract. So the one I just vocalized, if it doesn't have a provision against selling, then this is a point I got from Liquid Zulu, very good one. You can just sell it. And then what happens? You sold the camera, you got 100% of the money paid to you, whatever the value on the market was, and the other person gets nothing. They have absolutely no rights unless they were written in before the fact in the contract. And it's perfectly consistent. So again, this immediately showcases how it's not joint ownership in any sense. This is just mislabeling of a concept. Now, let's say that they even wrote that in, that if you're trying to sell it, then the ownership gets transferred back to the other person, or some other condition that's applicable, and it's logical. Even if they make it work functionally, still in terms of language, we will insist that the other person is at best, if that's outlined in the contract, a manager, while it's not theirs during the time when they don't have ownership rights. And so there is only one owner still. And so it's basically back to most of these examples, once we chisel them enough, they will come back to our language, where no co-ownership actually exists there. There is a simulation of that. We can even accept this language. There's a simulation of some relationship, but it's not the thing that they call it. And it's very important for language to be clean and pure, as Kinsella himself very often lectures.
Yeah, it's like, you can have this sort of like, contract where the title of the piece of property like ping pongs between two people party to the contract. And you can write up very like elaborate conditions for how and when it will ping pong between the two owners, or the two owners at distinct times, the one owner at any given time. You can have contracts like that, but that's still not what we're really like chiseling at, as you said.
So I may just try and concretize this with actual like a personal example. So I'm involved in like horse racing. Like I have minor stakes in a few different horses that have won a lot of money. And look, basically the way it works is when a horse goes on the market for buyers, you pay an upfront fee, and then you pay like a monthly fee that goes towards the trainers and the various stuff that food and all the other shit that goes into looking after a racehorse. And so I have a stake that's worth at most like 1% of a horse. And people will describe me as like an owner, a co-owner of the racehorse. But if you think about it, when in libertarian terms, I don't have any of the rights that are associated with ownership. When we talk about ownership, as we've kind of covered, I have a right to use, I have a right to exclude. Okay, if I was to rock up to one of the stables where one of the horses that I again allegedly own, and was to start taking it out for a ride, or telling people what to do, they'd all go, "What the fuck are you doing, man? Fuck off!" Like they literally, like I have absolutely no right or ability to make any kind of, I have to decide what happens to this horse whatsoever. There's absolutely no way that I can do any of that. So in this context, it's not really. It's not correct to call me an owner in any legitimate sense. Really, what I just have is a contract which stipulates that while I continue to pay the monthly fees that are associated with maintaining the horse, I have a claim against a certain percentage of its earnings. So if I own 1% of the horse, again, own in scare quotes, essentially all that means is that I pay for 1% of its, maintenance costs, and in return, I get 1% of the returns that it makes when it wins or places in races. So it's not really ownership, it's just a contract that stipulates that I get some money in return in exchange for doling out some money to the people that look after it. So I think that just kind of concretizes what we've been talking about, where just because people might colloquially refer to me as an owner, I don't actually have ownership rights in the libertarian sense.
Yeah, it's I think
Yeah.
well, yeah, I think this is
Yeah. I just want.
real quick. I think this is related also to a point Kinsella made in his article, where he was talking about how you can sell some rights of a property to, for instance, a renter. But this is in contradiction, at least it seems to me. It's in contradiction with his point in against intellectual property, against, I believe, Murray Rothbard's argument for IP, where you sell a book, but not the right to copy that book. That you can somehow, a property right is somehow a bundle of different rights, and you can sell off some of them, but not all of them. So, like, how you might sell off some rights to the horse, but not all rights, but really that's not possible. It's nothing to do with ownership. So I think that's the correct way to think about it. Ownership is all or nothing, really.
I mean,
Yeah.
Oh, sorry. Go ahead. I'm sorry. No, I'm sorry. Go ahead. You were speaking.
No,
first.
no. I just wanted to quickly add on to that. I think, like a lot of modern day stock trading and all that has kind of ruined the perception of ownership for a lot of people, because people assume, oh, I bought the stock of Apple, I'm like a co-owner, but essentially what you are is like, I own this percentage of, what do you call it? Their net worth, essentially, or I have the right to take back this percentage of their net worth. That's the contract you're signing, and you're also like buying what is essentially the ability to vote in a board directors meeting. You have the right to influence the people. That's essentially what you're doing. You're buying the ability to influence people. You're not actually owning anything. So yeah.
Yeah, I mean, I said this before you got here. Like, I own some Amazon stock. If I went and blew up an Amazon factory, I'd probably be charged with a crime over that. And I couldn't just be like, well, I own 0.0001% of. I have a claim against 0.0001% of Amazon's net worth. Therefore, I can do whatever I want to your factory. Like, it doesn't really work that way.
Wait, let's make it sharper. So, in the example, let's say you own 1%, and 1% of Amazon is precisely, maybe even double the value of one of their assets. Let's say an Amazon car. and you show up as a shareholder that owns enough to be able to trade your shares for that car, if you just start doing that willy-nilly, you are still going to be, well, at least within the state, you're going to be considered a thief, but probably within our system as well, because your relationship is contractual. You're not an actual owner of any of the assets of whoever owns the company. And I just wanted to discuss this idea. There is going to be these gigantic companies in anarcho-capitalism. There is a way to simulate voting, to simulate all those socialist tendencies of corporations, and you can even refer to it as influence over the owner, and as I don't know, maybe the language of partial ownership will not be. No, that's still too toxic. Ticket holders, right? Ticket holders. So you
I
can
may
have
just-
I think a contract claim is the specific concept we are referring to. Basically, a contract that has a specific claim inside of it that you have.
Yeah, I'm just gonna real quick. I think the space is getting a bit bigger now, so I don't want to speak out of turn here, but might be worth going to hands. So like if you're a speaker and you want to jump in and say something, just chuck up a hand and we can kind of call names, just so that makes it so we're not just speaking over one another whenever someone finishes up a thought. I think that would be worth doing just for the sake of making it so that we don't have a situation like what happened with Zulu and Sandman where they're just interrupting one another back and forth until someone finally takes
but that's
charge.
fun.
I agree in principle, but the only problem is that this pop-out window that I'm using does not have an emoji button. So I'll have to just insert myself and talk over you if I want to speak. But
Zulu
everyone
has
else, they
special
have to
privileges.
use hands. Everybody else has to use hands, not me.
Yeah,
But Zulu has special privileges.
he's the co-owner of the space.
Zach, go ahead.
All right. Two things. Back just to the exclusion thing. You guys were using the example of the house and the two so-called owners. One wants the wall painted. The other one doesn't want it painted. Obviously, lots of the advocates of group ownership can kind of see how that one's going to get them into the dead end that you guys brought up. So they'll usually say something like one wants it painted red and one wants it painted blue, so they can at least do the whole they can mutually exclude each other and just not paint it. But even in that example, I think it runs into issues because like we were talking about with the whole right to exclude and a right to use thing, in a typical just single property owner, which I would just say is all ownership, the conflict is over the two competing claims of usage, and the justified result is the justified owner continuing with his use of that property. And so when we have this sort of situation where there's two owners, you end up at a result where these two so-called justified owners are unable to continue to incorporate the resource into their ongoing projects, which I would say the correct result of a conflict is the just owner getting to do so. But we can talk about that. But I did want to point out that in the comments, maybe 10 minutes ago, Uncultured Swine did ask us to address Roderick Long's specific arguments for group ownership, specifically the example of a lake with a pathway where villagers over time kind of construct the pathway, and so who owns the path, and then also the actual historical examples in the 18th century of businesses building roads and then just sort of donating them at large to the publics for their use. So how do we account for that actual historical example? What did actually happen there? I would just say that those businesses technically still retained ownership. They were just opening up free use for their property, because obviously they wouldn't want someone to come in and break the roads and just reclaim them for something else. They still wanted them used as roads. So I would say they're owners and just letting people use them.
All right, we'll go to Sandman now. If you want to jump in.
I just wanted to quickly give you the word I think you would be best suited for in the terms of partial owners instead of the word instead of partial owners. I would just say voters, paid voters. because that's essentially what you're doing. You're paying to vote and try to influence the decision making process of a given company. And to address Zark's point, yeah, I would agree with you. Just saying that these pathways are owned by the companies or the business people, because like they're still pathways. These some other second comer can't come in and build like an apartment complex on there. You've just kind of made a free to the public pathway, similar to how some businesses have free to the public lobbies or whatnot.
So I think we have our first official disagreement, and that's why I'll take my hand. My hand. So I'm reading Long's article here. Very nice that you linked it. And he says the cleared path is the product of labor, not any individual's labor, but all of them together. So this is the labor theory of ownership, clearly implied here. The retroactive slavery idea that I actually used to believe in. But so here's the disagreement. We no longer believe it. And Stefan Kinsella has a brilliant lecture about I think it's Locke's great mistake, names some similar name to that. The basic point is that labor is sort of a mystical concept, and it's not how we define ownership. For us, the owner is the first comer to the claimant of a resource, and the claim has to be objective, meaning it has to be consistently and permanently visible to other people. So if you build a home, that's a visible claimed object. And if I arrive and I see a house that's built and I know I didn't build it, therefore, unless there is evidence of abandonment, I immediately know that it's owned by somebody else. If there is a fence and something is fenced in, then I know that inside the fence is probably owned by someone else, unless I get contrary evidence. And so this idea that people just using something become the owners of it because they clear a path and they're invested into it, they've modified it, that is something that we reject. We have other solutions to this problem, but I believe we should just outright reject it. If somebody does not have the intent to emborder, to establish a perimeter, and to start excluding others visibly, meaning objectively, meaning within the realm of possibility of the detection of others, then that is not a legitimate claim. The embordering simply failed, and there is nothing there unless there is an explicit contract of a sorts. So that's first. So the answer is that's not the solution. The hint is that, and this is where Kinsella will probably disagree, is that we do have a concept of, and I'm going to be quoting from Bloch and Dominiak, we have a concept of forestalling, that certain pathways are required to reach your property, to be able to reach what you own, to be able to use it and exclude from it. And therefore, there are not all certain roadways that just will not be able to be embordered in the sense of they have a built-in maybe easement that can never be excluded from because it would contradict some previously owned assets. And this is a very, very complex topic, which is Hoppe has a recent quote responding to Prague's Ben where he says, theory is over, now it's time to just popularize it. I strongly disagree because of this precise topic of forestalling in roads. It's a hot topic for disagreement and debate, and I'm not sure I even have the right answer yet.
I do want to give... Oh, sorry.
Go ahead.
I do want to give like a hint of why it would be the case that there would have to be this easement. Because people think, well, can't I just have whatever property arrangement I want? It doesn't matter. Well, this is related to if I build like a donut of property around your property, then I'm in effect controlling your property, even though I don't own it. I'm controlling that which I don't own, I'm acting as if I own something that I don't own. It would be equivalent to if you're just walking along in the woods and I were to drop like a Looney Tunes cage over top of you. It's like, well, I'm not touching you. I just put a cage there, and that you were happen to be there. But it's like, no, that's I'm actually enslaving that person. I'm controlling their body by building this border around them. So that's sort of why this kind of drops out of the theory.
I'm gonna continue to assume my post as the unofficial caller of the hands. We'll go to Legionnaire Anon next, because I know he's been waiting for a while. So go ahead, my friend. What do you want to say? If he's still here.
Okay, is my audio good?
Yes, sir.
Okay, so what I wanted to say is, Kinsella has this article, right, that he wrote for the Mises Institute about title claim of property. Property, the other theory of property, it's like transfer of titles, right? So the issue is if we are assuming co-ownership, does this mean that both parties, or however many parties are here, have the title claim, the exact same title claim to the property, or is it that like they own 1/4 of the property or something? Which, how does this make sense? And also, as he writes on his article, which I might post like on the chat or the comments, a contract to be binding has to both parties have to be transferring a property from to one another. There's so how would this work? How would this contract between these two or more parties be binding?
Well, actually, I'll answer that briefly. That immediately seems wrong. A contract has to be only one end of it has to be a transfer. The other end could be a promise of anything. So the other end of it is just a condition. So, for example, on the condition that I mow your lawn, one of your silver coins becomes mine. That's there's ownership on one end, and there's nothing but action on the other. You
I mow
promise
my own lawn, bro.
Yeah.
condition.
Just muted it because we're not going to let people just jump in kind of willy-nilly. So just please don't. Legionnaire, jump back in.
Okay. I agree
That's
with that.
communism, man. That's
Will I
All
kick
right,
this
we'll
guy?
fix that problem.
Yeah.
Yeah, I just kicked him. So yeah, sorry, Legionnaire. Go ahead again, man.
What happened? What
Oh,
we
what
just
happened?
we just freed Tibet, okay?
Yeah. But I might link the article here for you guys to see what he has to say, because I think it kind of contradicts what he's saying about like co-ownership. It kind of seems incoherent with what he's saying.
What's important, Legionnaire, I don't know if you were here, but we went through your question. So I would say the shortest answer is check the recording, and we went through that idea of the main problem of co-ownership thoroughly. In short, it's not conflict avoiding. If it
No,
has the possibility within the law of having a conflict, then that's already a problem that we find unacceptable, and there's reason why.
I was there when I say that. I agree with what you're saying, but I just want to bring that up because it's what Kinsella wrote.
Very good.
Cool. All right, we'll go to You Can Always Change Your Mind. Next, please come up and have your say. Can anyone else not hear him? Or is it just me?
I cannot.
I cannot hear him.
No, maybe it was waiting too long. Oh, there you go. No, still no sound. Sorry about it.
All right. I'm going to get you to drop back down, my man, and feel free to come up back into speaker. and we'll try and get you up. Maybe just like leave the space entirely, and we'll make sure you come back up. In the meantime, I'm going to go to Zark, and then we'll go to Finn, and yeah, we'll get you. Can always change your mind back up as soon as possible.
All right. So back to the the village lake example. Like the main response I heard was that Long was kind of using the labor theory of property, which has its flaws, and I definitely agree with that. But just to steel man it, just like even if we were to replace the labor theory of property aspect and just look at it from a first use and homesteading thing, I guess like from that angle, it would be it starts off where people are just sort of walking to the lake and it's not necessarily like there is no path there, and but they still like over time like people are going there and in their mind they still have plans to like reoccurringly go there. That's the path that they walk to go there. Over time more of a path emerges, and I guess like I think like one of the problems is it kind of has like the Sorites paradox in it. Like at what point does this thing become a path actually, because it's not necessarily like the first person that walked through and just knocked down one branch, but after 1,000 or 3,000 have, and it's a clearly defined path, and then everybody in the village is like every day walking through this path. It does seem like somebody can't just one day walk up and put a toll booth, and so it's like, okay, well, if that can't happen, it has to be owned. But it seems hard mainly because of like that Sorites paradox aspect where it's like I'm not even exactly sure when it became a path, like even just to put a label on that and then finding an owner. But I would still say like the way, like obviously would be very complex, but you could just simply like, okay, let's investigate who has the actual highest claim. Like I can say, well, this is the first time that I can prove that I walked on it. Does anybody else have like a prior example when this instance that I did walk on it, it was clearly at a point where we would say it's a path, something like that. But I think like that is a kind of tricky example, but I mean, I think that's also because it has like a well-known sort of paradoxical aspect of, okay, when did this thing even become a path to begin with?
Well, it became a path that you own when you communicated exclusion to everybody else. When, for example, you put a turnpike on it and placed a guard, then started charging money or deciding who goes through. That would be the first instance. Before that, it becomes a situation where if it's not good enough to be clearly known, then it's just probably not good enough. There's no visible intent to exclude. You should let Zork, if you have a disagreement with that, let's go.
Yeah, I mean, the pushback I would give is that it kind of seems like to own something you have to use it in like a certain way where you want to exclude people, and like I'm not necessarily like I think you can own a path but also like want other people to walk on the path and not have a problem. So I do kind of see a problem saying like, well, nobody can own it until they do like actually exclude other people, because like I don't
No,
think
that's not it. They can communicate something simpler. They can say, I have the right to exclude you, and you're walking here, you can post a sign and say, I own it, but anyone can walk here without my permission. This is the allowable use that I allow. Like, you can't block the path, you can't destroy it, you can't loiter here, you can't build a home here, but you can keep walking in it. And I, Zork, is the owner. And this has to be not just a claim. You have to act in some way. For example, you would have to build a fence around that property, and you would have to indicate that you're excluding others from destroying it, from doing things to it. Now, whether forestalling comes into play depends on the actual map of the territory and the surroundings, whether it's blocked in by owners or not. But in the simpler case, if somebody wants to build a path right next to yours and have different rule sets, well, what's stopping them? And so therefore, the first person who will put up the signs, overnight and build a fence, that's going to be the owner. And the claim of everybody else is sort of, well, moot. They should have done it first. We care about the person who does it first.
And I think
So,
you hit on the crucial point there. which was that even if I do have like a path to like, I own a shop at the end of the path, and I want the people to be able to go down the path to get to my shop. So I am wanting people to go across it, but I am still excluding certain things to be done to that path. For instance, I would be preventing someone from building a roadblock, right? It's the same thing with like, a public mall, right? There are a bunch of shops in that public mall, so I want people to be able to go through the public mall freely, but I am very clearly excluding certain things. You wouldn't be able to go into the middle of it and start building a hut in the middle of the mall. I'd be like, no, get the hell out of here. You got to pay rent to set up shop in here.
Yeah. So like, just to like clarify what Casimir was saying, like you would actually say it would be like, even if like there were, for a while now, there's been just this constant stream of people who every so often will walk this path consistently. It's the first person who will actually, in any sort of way and border that territory, plant a flag, put up a fence or something like that. Like, would you also like say that would work? If like I could kind of get behind that if I'm also thinking that person was somebody who had previously used it. But I mean, it does sort of seem odd if it's like somebody who's never been there, like somebody out of state comes in there and just plants his flag in that path and it's like, okay, this is mine. I could start, charging a toll booth if I want. And then like everybody in that lake's like, I've walked that path every day for the past 5 years. What do you mean I have to pay money now when you just got here? How do you own it? So, I mean,
Yeah, well, unfortunately, facts are stronger than their feelings, and I think let's examine another hypothetical.
but would
Maybe,
you deny that they were homesteading it when they were walking
yeah,
on it and they
absolutely.
were continuing
Yeah,
like thinking like I'm
I,
going to walk this path tomorrow?
I would deny that they had the intent to homestead it, because the
Okay,
intent
let's
to homestead
redo the
has to be
hypothetical where they did. What would happen then?
then they did it wrong. So one of them would have to uh, either one of them maintains uh, uh, the owner status. For example, the easiest example would be if they already have a recognized authority, like a village elder, and they said, "We don't know who homesteaded first. We no, actually, no, none of us homesteaded, but we have a village elder, so let's all agree that he owns it." And then they have to make this decision visible to outsiders. Then basically, well, they repeated what I said. They should do this. If they don't do that, and I'm an outsider, well, they're both laying a claim to something and they don't simultaneously. It's a contradiction, and that means it doesn't exist. If it existed, I would be able to see it as an outsider. If I'm not able to see it as an outsider, then it doesn't exist. Then what am I? I'm conflicting with something that doesn't exist. No. And so the fact that people don't have they live in huts and they don't have water supply and they don't have good juris systems and have a misunderstanding of law does not excuse them from the reality of how the law works. Now, the I think a sharper example to examine later would be the example of a bridge. Let's say that everybody, in a socialist village, invested money to build a bridge, and the bridge is the only way to pass through, or like a tunnel through a mountain. Let's say, even another good example, and it's just very expensive, perhaps even impossible to build another. Um, then how do we resolve that? That could be a case that's sharper. But in the case where they just walked through, well, sorry, then they can just build another road. It's tough luck for them. Maybe this time they will actually exclude people from it, and therefore prevent, people from building toll booths.
Yeah, okay. So I've muted everyone because Stefan Kinsella is here. He apparently overslept and didn't set an alarm. So, but he's here now. So I apologize to everyone who was waiting to jump in. I'm sure you'll get an opportunity later down the track. But because at the end of the day, this was about having a discussion between some of us and Professor Kinsella, I wanted to give him an opportunity to jump in and kind of kick things off. So, Stefan, thanks very much for coming, and I'll let you kind of take it away.
Sorry about the my mistake. How long have you guys been on since 8, since an hour and a half.
Yeah, I think we started. We spent a little bit of time waiting, and then so we've probably been on for about an hour or so by the time we kind of got everything set up. So we've talked through kind of the basics of it, but I'm sure that the people here would be happy to kind of retread ground that we've already covered. If you kind of wanted
Yeah,
to,
why don't
I
you
don't know.
just summarize for me, like where you are and
Yeah, I may let Casimir, do you want to kind of jump in? Because you're kind of better explaining the stuff than I am. Casimir, do you want to kind of jump in and lay out kind of where we're at and what we've kind of ground we've kind of covered?
Yeah, should I try to do the shorter version or the normal?
Yeah, maybe the shorter version,
The
if
shorter
possible.
version. Asking Casimir to summarize. What a curse. Okay, so basically, we have a fundamental structure and an understanding that there's domain of law concepts, logic, and jurist ideas, and the reality that we're trying to line up with it, and the fundamental requirement that we I think don't just believe in, we can validate exists, is that the law must be about avoiding conflicts, meaning conflicts are impossible under the following conditions. Everybody is within the realm of law, within the NAP. Everybody agrees on the jurist case, meaning that they know in a functional way that who is the first comer, and everybody agrees on facts about reality. So we can't avoid facts about disagreements about facts. We can't always avoid disagreements about some jurist nuance, but we can definitely avoid having built-in conflicts within ownership claims. So because ownership is correlated to law, it also has that requirement to be conflict avoiding. Now, what does conflict avoiding mean within that concept? For every single time t as a formula, there's only one owner x. We call that person the owner, and they have all the rights of exclusion of an owner, and then various complex contracts could exist to allow other people to manage the property, to transfer the claim on various conditions. But we would still call, for any given time t, one person the owner, and the other people in such contracts would be assigned just different labels. I think that's about the summary. We also went through, there was an example presented of Long and his example of people making a path to the lake. And we just discussed how, first of all, we generally disagree with his idea of labor theory of ownership. We believe that ownership is about embordering and making something visible that excludes certain actions by others, by a first comer. And so that his theory of people simply walking the path, creating some kind of a claim over it, is suspect. And that's where we ended up, more or less. And we also examined various cases of proposed co-ownership that don't violate a single owner at any given time t. And our assertion is that once you investigate them, they often end up just being about semantics. So they are fully within our system. There's no disagreement. But semantically, some people want to call shareholders co-owners, while we believe that that's inaccurate.
Right. And I think that's a really important example. I agree with all that, except a couple things. I would say, well, not exception, except when you say the entire purpose of property rights in justice is, I agree to set up rules that permit conflict to be minimized or avoided, and also that unlike other systems, there can be no conflict in rights if you design the system. If you set up the system properly. So in these socialist and other schemes, you always end up with a system where you have a conflict of rights, and so you have to balance it somehow with some judge or some arbitrator or some legislator deciding what to do. But our system has to be uh, what was called compossible. Everything has to be compossible. So I agree with all that. And one other criteria is that you also have to know now, which is when you talk about at time t. Yeah, we're talking about the ownership at a time t, but also we have to know at time t who the owner is. You can't wait until later to know that, which is what I think. I don't remember if that was this discussion or some other discussion. Some guy had this proposal that children could sue later, but you have to know now. We have to be determinable in principle now whether something is rightful or not. So who the owner is. So I agree with all that. But when you said only one person at a time is the owner, and you have to assign a label to that or different labels to things, that's fine. But that is not part of the purpose of property rights. Is to tell us what the labels have to be. Like the labels is an afterthought or a second thing, or that's when you start getting into semantics. So I think if you want to use careful terms and talk about ownership, and if you're also careful to understand that ownership is the right to exclude, not the right to use. Technically speaking, it's the right to exclude. Um, then I'm with you. What word we use to describe that? Yeah, we can call it ownership or whatever. But again, the word ownership has connotations today. Like people would say, well, if I rent a car from Avis or from Hertz, I'm driving it around. I'm renting it. I'm not the owner. But in our framework, I am the owner for that period of time in the sense that, or it's a limited ownership, um, because I can use the car, and Hertz can't use the car until my term of lease is up, or the same thing with an apartment. On the other hand, my rights to the car are not unlimited. I can't burn the car, and I can't paint the car, and I can't sell the car. So that's why we have to say, okay, then the rights to this object are divided. And one word that we use for that is co ownership because it's a way of expressing the fact that it's a complicated situation of control rights or exclusion rights over this object because it's not it's not something that can be easily separated. There are different aspects of it. And by contract between the parties, they have divided those rights up in a certain way. Now, if you refuse to call that co-ownership because of the recognition of the fact that ownership is the determination at a given moment in time of who has the right to exclude others from the use of this resource, then yeah, there can only be one owner at a time for the resource. But then what's the resource? If it's a car, is it the car itself? Then why can't I sell the car? In other words, my rights are limited. There's someone else that has some other remnant right to the car, the right to sell it later after my term of the lease is expired. And I just think as long as we're careful, it's fine to at least informally refer to that arrangement as a co-ownership because it distinguishes these two parties from the rest of the world. It separates them from the rest of the world. Everyone in the world is a non-owner of that car, with respect, except for the actual owner and the renter, right? Hertz and the customer. Between those two, they have a special relationship defined by their contract, and as between themselves, the contract determines how the car can be used. And again, at any moment in time, the property rights in the car and the contract between the property rights owner and the customer determine who can use it at that moment in time. And if you want to be reductionist, then you would say, okay, so like you take a shareholder of a corporation. The main reason we call shareholders owners of the corporation is because the law calls them that, but that's just a legal semantic designation. If I own my house, I can use my house. If I own Google shares, I can't use the Google jet or the Google headquarters to host my son's birthday party, right? So it's not. Why do we call the shareholder of a corporation an owner? Just because the government calls us that. I don't know if that's right. The way I think of it is there are tangible assets that have an owner, and they're distributed and defined in a complicated way by the shareholders agreement, right? So the manager is not, he might not even be a shareholder, but the manager or the president of Google can make decisions about how to use the plane and the building. So he is in effect the owner because of the contract, although his ownership can be terminated by just firing him at any moment. So life is complicated, and contracts and arrangements can be complicated. And what words we start using to describe these arrangements that's a matter of social that's not something we can determine. I mean, if people start calling a husband and wife who have a house together co-owners, because that's the accurate way to describe the outcome of the ownership plus the contract between them, I don't think that there's some libertarian requirement that we jump up and down and insist that they don't be called co-owners. So that's how I would kind of start. So I'd be open to anyone's feedback on that.
I could just jump in real quick. So I think this case of renting. I mean, it does seem like there's most of the disagreement is over terminology here, but I do think that our terminology is probably better. So, like for example, in this renting situation, well, if we really use the words that we would use for ownership for that, then we're treading pretty close into like this bundle of rights type of theory of property, where I could maybe sell a book but retain the right to copy that book, so I don't sell you that part, and then which I think is Rothbard's idea of IP. So that if we, because that's what it sounds like when you say, well, they
Yep.
sell some of that to you
Correct.
for this period, so you have certain rights in the car, but not all of them.
No, and that's a really good insight because there is a big mistake Rothbard makes in that example, but I think that can be cleared up if you have a better understanding of the entire theory of contract, which is why I tried to do that in my recent article. And Rothbard started on this, but then he mangled it himself, right? So, um, um, if you keep in mind, which he didn't, that contracts are not binding obligations and they're just assignments of title to resources, then you'll see that his attempt to use this bundle of rights metaphor to justify his his copyright example is confused because you don't have to reject the. So I want to ask you about this. So you seem to be rejecting the bundle of rights theory in general. Um, I don't see how you can permit someone to to have an apartment contract or a rental contract if you don't admit that you can have this bundle of rights theory. So how would you view the rental by a landlord of an apartment? How would you view that relationship?
I think to have that be a legitimate contract, it would have to be worked out with like penalty clauses, like, "Hey, I'll pay you this much money, and then I get to stay in your house for that period. But if they kick me out before the rental agreement's up, there's some penalty clause which says they have to pay me like $1 million or something. So that it makes it really hard for them to kick me out early."
Yeah, right. So that's where I disagree with you. So you actually think of property rights, it has to be indivisible and unitary and almost inalienable. You can't even alienate your rights to something that you control. So you can't give permission to someone, just like a woman having sex can change her mind at any moment. If you have an
Mhm.
apartment and you have a guest living there, just like if you have a house guest, you can kick them out. If you give someone a 1 year term for a lease, a rental of an apartment unit, you can just change your mind, and all you owe them is a penalty clause. And I just don't see there's a basis for saying that that's your only. I mean, look, if I can sell the apartment, why can't I do it halfway? So you have this all or nothing approach. I don't see why you have to have an all or nothing approach.
So the reason why I think it's all or nothing is because of where I think the title transfer theory of contracts comes from. I think it comes from if I'm selling you a car, I'm abandoning that car at the same time
Correct.
that you are homesteading it in effect. So, but I can't halfway abandon a car. I can only abandon it or not abandon it. So that's why I think it's all or nothing.
Well, I agree with you on that. Although that example on the abandoning, it's just I don't. It's almost like the Mises regression theorem in money. Some people think it means it's a proof of how money had to come about, whereas I think that the regression theorem was just um, uh, a debunking of the idea that there's an infinite regress in the current theory of the value of money. It's no kind of proof that money can only arise that kind of way, and that Bitcoin can't be money. Blah blah blah. And so the abandoning thing, an example of one way that you can understand why it's possible for the owner of a resource to transfer it to someone else. And the reason is because you do have the ability to abandon it. And if you abandon it when someone else was possessing it, then they could re-homestead it. But I don't know if that necessarily means that's the only way you can transfer title to something. It's just an example to show that that it's possible and that
I
it's
just wanted.
legitimate.
Oh.
Um,
I just wanted to
go
quickly,
ahead.
sorry, and I may slightly mangle this, so I apologize, but I just wanted to connect this to something that Rothbard actually talked about, I think in the Ethics of Liberty and maybe elsewhere as well, where he talks about how, contracts, promises are not enforceable, right? So you can't enforce, if I promise to give Zulu $100 in a year from now,
Yeah.
and he comes along a year from now, if he points a gun at my head and says, give me that $100, he has no right to
He
do that,
calls it
basically,
a
because
nudum pactum. Yeah.
yeah, right. So what I would say is, I think that the example of kind of this, like, kind of the example that we're kind of talking about here would fall under that issue where what you're saying is that if I agree to lend you or rent you my house for a year, under your theory, it seems like what you're saying is I've promised to let you have the house for a
Yeah.
year, and that promise should be legally
Yeah.
enforceable. I don't think that's the case, and I think that's what Zulu and I are pointing out, is that you have no ability to actually enforce the promise that I will let you stay in the house for a whole year. The only thing you can do is, as Zulu says, institute a penalty clause that says, if I then reclaim my right to exclude you from the home, as is my right, then I have to pay you some penalty.
But so
There's a title
here's the
transfer there.
problem. The problem is the penalty clause is also dependent upon the idea that it's possible to have a conditional future alienation of title to something that you own, right? So if I say, if I do the following action in the future, then $1,000 of my money becomes yours. Well, I'm not abandoning it in the same sense that of the example that we gave of, like, I own an apple and I let you hold it and then I abandon it and now you re-homestead it. That's a contemporary present thing. When you have a future penalty, what you're saying is, in the future, if I happen to own a 1 ounce gold coin, then title to it becomes yours. Um, if the following condition happens, even if I change my mind between now and then. So you could characterize that as a promise as well if you wanted to, and say, well, then that's not enforceable either, right? So to me, the distinction is about what's inalienable and what's alienable. And your body is inalienable, but other things are not. And that's why I said you don't. It's not that the only way to transfer title to an object is an all or nothing, contemporary, simultaneous, unconditional abandonment in favor of someone else. That's just the core idea. But if you're going to have future title transfers, which a penalty clause is, you have to have a more complicated and nuanced way of transferring title to something, right? So you're effectively abandoning now title to something in the future that you might not even own right now, that might not even exist yet. So you're using your present intention to operate on a future event to determine who's going to own that thing. But what if you change your mind in between now and then, right? So what you're saying is you can't change your mind. But it's because it's a binding promise. It's because the power of ownership extends to things other than your body, right? So I'd like to hear your or Zulu's, like, that's why I'm concerned about this rejection of the bundle of rights theories. Once you do that, and you're doing that to say that it's all or nothing, and if you have an apartment, then you can kick out the tenant at any time. The only remedy is a penalty. Well, then I think you're also rejecting the ability to even have a penalty, because that is also a future conditional thing, which was a promise you made in the past. So why is that binding, right?
Casimir, did you want to jump in? I'll get back. I'm gonna have a think about that and then I get back to you. But in the meantime, Casimir, go ahead.
So I'll start with this last point. I think that you're perfectly correct, Mr. Kinsella, that if you promise something in the future, then I could quickly line up a scenario where you just can't fill that promise, and then the penalty doesn't get paid potentially. So let's look at it. Let's say that I rent an apartment in a house, and I have a lease for 5 years, and the lease has a penalty clause, and let's write it. So if the penalty clause would be like I don't know, twice the, or like one time the rent I paid so far, or some other amount. But then we could also have a penalty clause where the current apartment just flat out becomes mine if you try to evict me before
Yeah,
the title,
I agree.
before the lease expires. So that could be collateral. But I just even thought about a counter to my hypothetical. So let's say that what the owner does is covertly, while I'm renting an apartment, they just sell the whole house, and then they take the money and they abandon it. Now they have nothing except their naked body, and so
Wait,
um, you know,
I got lost.
then
Who does what? Which party does what?
but then okay, that won't work.
Okay.
So yeah, but no, I think it will. So if the owner of the entire house,
The naked owner.
and
We call in the civil law the naked owner. Actually, ironically, the naked owner.
yes, so they sell the house, and they basically, and then they become insolvable.
Who does?
So they
Who?
have
Oh, the owner
the owner
becomes insolvent. Okay.
insolvent, so that they can't pay the penalty clause. Well, you're right. I would be sort of out of luck. I have no way to
No,
recover
but
it.
that's not true though, because in my theory, you can divide rights up, and so when the naked owner sells the house, he's selling it to another party, subject to other ownership claims. In other words, he can only sell what he owns. Like, for example, if I own a house and I grant someone a life estate, which means they have the right to live in it until they die, then I'm the naked owner and they're the usufructuary, and I can't use the house fully until they die. And I can sell the house before they die, but I sell it subject to the usufruct. In other words, I can only sell what I own. So the apartment owner in your example can't just sell everything and including the right of the tenant to get the apartment if some penalty clause is violated, because that is sort of like a real burden on the real in terms of property rights. It's a real burden on the estate that runs with it, and that any buyer takes is subject to. You follow me?
Uh, yes, I do. But I think I need to think about a little bit more about this particular example. But earlier you also said that you don't have a clear way to think about the apartment or the car lease example, and so we should sort of at least informally call it co-ownership. I have a
No,
proposed
actually, that's not my
solution.
view. I don't care what we call it. I don't care what we call it. I just think we have to
So it
recognize.
functions.
I think we have to recognize that rights can be they can be divided up by contract. I think we have to recognize that, and it doesn't have to be all or nothing. I don't see. There's nothing in libertarian theory that says it has to be all or nothing. I don't see, just because there's a hypothetical model that I came up with about abandoning things as the reason why you can get rid of title to things, just to show that it's possible, right? Like in the regression, I don't see why that means that it has to be all or nothing.
So I could
Uh,
maybe jump in on that
Okay.
then.
Liquid Silly, before you go, just one more thing.
Sure.
I just want to mention the concept of guardianship exists, and maybe we can later discuss how when you buy the lease for the car, then during the duration of the lease, you're actually just acting as the guardian of that car, meaning that if you act in violation of whatever contract you have over the definition of that guardianship, you might even become an aggressor at that point. So if you try to let's say, damage the car or do something with it that's not representing this idea that the seller, that the owner gave, sorry, that the actual owner gave you, then you would become just directly a criminal.
I think there's a problem with that example. I would agree that the person who rents an apartment or rents a car, if they use it beyond the terms of the contract, at that point in time, they're committing aggression because they're committing trespass. You know, they're using someone's resource they're using the owner's resource without his permission. But it's not because of guardianship. Guardianship is the totally wrong terminology and analogy to use, because that is a case where you're talking about an object with rights, which is another human being. This has nothing to do with rights of the car or the apartment. You're not a guardian of the car. Now, what
No,
you could say you're
I'm
you're a caretaker of the car because you have an obligation to.
guardian.
Go ahead.
You are guardian of the owner in matters related to the thing you rent.
Yeah. So what that means is that the terms of the contract um, give you certain usage rights, but they give you certain obligations which are enforced by a penalty clause. That's the way to look at it. Because obligations, again, are not contracts are not binding obligations. You can set up title transfers as a way to provide inducements or incentives or penalties for failing to live up to a promise. But the contract itself is just a set of title transfers. So you could say something like, okay, you have the right to use the car. If you try to leave the state, then at that point in time, the ownership completely reverts to me, and now you're using it without my permission, and now you're a criminal. You know, or if if you hand it over to someone to paint the car, I don't know. You can come up with conditions where the caretaker of the car, which is the driver, the renter, is using it in a way that they promise not to do, and there's some kind of title transfer penalty associated with that to punish him, right? Like probably you would just say you owe us you owe us a penalty clause. If you smoke in the car, you have to pay $1,000 to help us fumigate the car now, something like that.
Yeah, I suppose I can.
Sorry,
I suppose I can jump in here then on the point of contracts. That is how a penalty clause could even be possible if it's all or nothing, because they might change their mind. I don't see the abandonment thing. I don't think that's just an illustration of one type of contract. I think that is actually how all contracts work. And I think abandonment can be future oriented in this sense. Because I mean, if we just look at the example of, you let your friend pick up an apple and then you abandon the apple. Well, what does abandon actually refer to? It's like this intention from you. And
Correct.
I think intentions can be across time and across space.
I
think
too.
that
I do too, but I don't see why it has to be all or nothing.
Well, because that's how I think that all contracts work. I think if I agree to, there's some penalty clause in the future between us, and when it comes time, I've already demonstrated back when we signed the contract that I intended to abandon it on that condition. So I think that
let me ask you this to clarify something. How would you view if a guy jumps into a boxing ring with another guy and he's consenting to be hit, right? Okay, so when he gets hit, it's not assault and battery, right?
Yeah.
Because he's consenting to it, right? Is that a contract, or is that just the exercise of the owner over his property right, and he's consenting to someone using his property? How would you characterize that?
Yeah, I would not characterize that as a contract, because I don't think that slavery is possible, or voluntary slavery, that is.
No, but see, the way I view it is when I sell an object, a car, I'm alienating it, but that's just on a spectrum of my ownership rights. My ownership right is the right to say yes or no to someone using my resource, and I can do it partially or completely, conditionally or unconditionally, now or in the future. Like there's a variety of things as owner you can do. So if I'm the owner of my body, I can consent to someone touching it, right? And that consent can be conditional or unconditional, right? Um,
Yeah.
and by conditional, unconditional, I mean like if you have a girl, she might say you can kiss me, but you can't do the, you can't go further. And if you go further, you've violated her consent and you've started to commit sexual assault or something, right? And if
Yeah, for sure.
the boxer's not supposed to punch below the belt in the ring, but he can do other things or kickbox. I mean, there are rules, and so your consent can be communicated, and it can be nuanced, and it can be detailed. But the consent is just it's just one of the aspects of that's what ownership is it gives you the right to exclude others, which means it gives you the right to communicate to others whether you've decided to let them to use that thing or not. And that's why if I have an apartment, I have a car and I want to let my friend use it for a week, whether they pay me or not, it doesn't really matter whether this is a commercial arrangement or just a loan to a friend. If I have given that car to the friend for a week for limited uses, I've consented to that, just like the boxers consented to being punched, just like a girl's consented to a kiss on it at the end of a date. And just like you can abandon, something you own, but to sell it, why can't I abandon my claim to enforce my exclusion rights over that car for a week? Why does it have to be all or nothing?
Well, because I think that if you did abandon it for that week, and I mean truly like abandon it, then somebody else could come and homestead it, and then they would be the full owner. And when the week comes and you want to be homestead,
Yeah,
it's
yeah,
like
but
you're not able to anymore.
that's circular because you're presupposing your conclusion by assuming that you're saying, "Bad, that it has to be 100%, therefore someone could homestead it." But that just assumes that you can't have a partial or conditional abandonment that would prevent someone from homesteading it completely. I just don't know why you're assuming that. You're just assuming it. I just don't see the basis for that assumption that it has to be 100%. And look, if
I
you
mean,
take a really necessary example, like husband and wife co-owning a house, or another example, um, a husband dies and he leaves his house to his wife, and he leaves her a life estate. He leaves the house to his children, but he leaves the right to use it for life to his wife. You have to permit that. I think you have to be able to permit that kind of relationship, and you have to have a word for it. And I don't think that if a husband and wife own a house, we're bound by robotic Randian libertarian logic to say we have to make a choice. Is it the husband's house or is it the wife's house? And then whichever one is the true owner, they can kick the other one out at any time, and all they owe is a penalty. Like that's the implication of your theory of this black or white, all or nothing approach, is that you have to choose, is it the husband or the wife, because you can't have co-owners of the house. I just don't think it's a problem at all to say the house is owned by the husband and wife jointly. They each have a 50% interest in it, which is undivided, and they have a contract between them which says who can own it and what happens if they disagree. I don't think it's that complicated, and I don't think it's a problem. So that's what I'm stuck on.
I think that for this case of indeed you can agree to the boxer can agree to let the other person use their body in certain ways and so on and so forth. I don't think that is at any point. I believe that the boxer could say, "All right, time out, I'm done here,"
I agree,
and then the other guy has to
I
stop hitting
agree,
him.
but because body rights are inalienable, that's what I'm saying. Your theory almost implies that rights and other things, there's an inalienability aspect to it too, because you have full rights to change your mind unless you completely get rid of it. But until you do that, you have inalienable rights over it. You can change your mind. So you see, you're extending inalienability concepts over the body to other things that we own, except for you could finally abandon it. That's all you allow them to do. But you can't divide it. You can't have conditions. You can only abandon it, yes or no. That's why I don't understand why you can say you can do it in the future. I think your theory pins you in more than you think.
Well, look, because again, I believe that abandonment, even this all or nothing abandonment, it can be future oriented. It can be I demonstrated on Tuesday that I'm going to be abandoning this thing on Friday.
Yeah, but you just said the boxer can change his
I believe
mind.
that-
Okay, why can't the owner change his mind? Why can he? Why does his abandonment, his earlier statement, why does it override a later statement?
Well, because really, it wouldn't be possible to. Well, you could have a situation, for instance, where I get this contract, and it's like, okay, well, this guy's going to abandon on Friday. Then I leave town for the week, and then I come back and I start using it. Well, we've got to have, again, at any given time, we have to be able to. Everybody has to be able to figure out who owns a given thing.
I
So if I
agree.
just keep flip flopping, then we enter a sort of situation where it becomes a lot more difficult to. You can have a situation where you aren't able to figure out who owns it.
Yeah, you don't like the
anymore.
consequences of your of taking that. Yeah, you don't like the implications of that view, but I don't like the implications of saying a husband and wife can't co-own a house together, because that means the husband can kick the wife out at any time. You
Well,
can't
no,
have
I'm
that
not
either.
making. I'm not just making the point that it would be like kind of untoward or mean of someone to do this. I think that it makes it impossible to avoid conflicts if somebody is able to do this type of thing.
Yeah, no, I agree. But what I'm saying is, you're seeing that there's a problem with the scheme, the system, because it's totally unworkable. Then it basically, if you take this view to an extreme, it basically, you get rid of ownership, and all you have is like, well, a bare form of ownership, which is just current possess. It's almost collapsing ownership into possession, because all you can do is just have current ownership of something, and you can't have any future contracts about it. Nothing. You can either own it or you can abandon it. That's all you can do. This is binary, all or nothing thing. Um, I just still don't understand the problem with having, say, a husband and wife have joint ownership in a resource, because your concern is that you can't have a system that allows for conflicts, and you can't have a system that doesn't solve conflicts, right? But I think that if you have a property ownership right in a house, combined with a contract between the two co-owners, then you still can avoid all conflict, and you don't set up a conflict, because you don't you can avoid conflict, because if there's a disagreement, then the contract between them could specify who can use the bathtub right now. Right? If there's a disagreement, it could specify who owns it, who has the right to use the bathtub.
So
So
I think I think that in these types of situations, you can't have co-ownership coming about just by contract, just by, okay, we'll have a contract and we'll specify all these different things, because I believe that property theory has to come before the contract theory.
I agree. That's why I say, okay, we don't have to call it co-ownership. But the point is, so let's say the husband owns the house, but then he makes an agreement with the wife, and he says, okay, by the terms of this contract, you have the right to use the house, and if we have a disagreement, we can settle it the following way. And if we ever sell the house, we both have to consent to sell it. And if we do sell the house, we consent to split the proceeds 50-50. Um, and you have the right to invite people over to the house unless I veto it, and I have the right to invite people over to the house unless you veto it. You could have all these terms in the contract, and the contract is a meaningful uh, determination between the two about usage rights of the resource. Just like you think that you can have a penalty clause which says, if the following events happen at some point in the future, then my future ownership of this resource is transferred to you. I hereby abandon it to you in the future on the following condition. Do you think that that's possible? Well, I think that's possible with other types of property other than a piece of gold. It's also possible with a house. I have a house, I'm the owner, and I'm hereby saying that in 2 hours, if you decide to use the bathtub, I'm abandoning it in favor of you to this extent, and then you abandon it back to me. And I mean, you could make it that complicated if you wanted to, which is ultimately what's going on. In other words, you could reduce the elements of it to abandon conditional future abandonment claims, which is exactly what a penalty clause is. And that would result in a co-ownership arrangement.
Sure. So I think if it was, I think it does have to be phrased in terms of this kind of abandonment, this title transfer. And indeed, if you wanted to get real down into nitty gritty, it would become very complex. But that's why we have abstraction, so you can abstract further
Exactly.
and further up.
100% agree. Yeah, and to be honest,
Yeah.
I try to avoid talking like this when I'm not talking to people like you guys, because everyone rolls their eyes and they think you're a reductionist and you're trying to make it too complicated. And I'm like, no, I'm just trying to understand the essence or the basics, the nature of property rights and how it
I
applies
do
to
just want to
consent.
real
All
quick.
right, go ahead.
I just want to real quick give break this up just real quick and give Ace a chance to jump in, because he has been waiting with his hand up for a little while. So we'll let Ace jump in, but then obviously you guys can go back to kind of what you were discussing. But Ace, go ahead.
Oh yeah, sorry to interrupt. I'll make this quick. For one, thank you, Mr. Kinsella, for joining. I did want to wonder though, because I think that to try to sort of like break this down a little bit, to try to sort of get to like a justifiable middle ground here, would it be more correct? And I think you guys are actually getting to this anyway, but would you guys say it's more accurate to say like in the example of like a house where there are the quote unquote co-ownership of two people using a house, it would make more sense just to say that certain spaces get abandoned and transferred to another person for a limited time, and then past a certain point, like in a contract for like a conditional transfer, past a certain point or maybe hour or time or whatever other condition you think of, it then lapses back to the other person, sort of like a hot potato ping pong sort of scenario.
I think if you want to be ultra reductionist about it, you can think of it in those terms. Yes, although
Okay.
there's one nuance we have to make sure we're clear, and I think Zulu is on the same page on this. The nature of property rights is the right to exclude, not the right to use. Okay, so that's important in this context, because it means that it's not if the right to if property was a right to use, then you could see a problem with co-ownership, because two people can't have the right to use something at the same time. It doesn't make any sense. But if it's the right to exclude, then it's not logically impossible for two people to have the right. In other words, for an outsider to use my house, they need the permission of both people. Like, so you could have two people that are co-owners of a house, and unless they both agree, a third party can't enter the house. That's not logically impossible to imagine. But it is logically impossible to imagine that the two owners of the house can choose to use the house at the same time in different ways. That doesn't make any sense. But they could both. You could have a requirement that they both can exclude people from it. And once you understand property rights in that way, then you don't have to be quite so reductionist in understanding what's going on in the property rights case between the husband and wife. I mean, I think the better way to look at it, or the more realistic way to look at it, is you have co-tenants. I mean, it doesn't have to be husband and wife. You have two people renting an apartment together. They don't even own the apartment together outright, but they're co-owners, and each one has their bedroom, and they agree not to enter the other's bedroom, but they have a common space. They have the living room and the kitchen, right? And they agree to use. They can both use the kitchen, but they obviously can't stand in the same location at the same time. Or if one wants to have a party and the other can't have a party and cook for people at the same time. So they in that case, there could be potentially a conflict over who gets to use the pots and the pans in the standing space in the kitchen, but the contract specifies what happens in that case. So so the whole purpose of property rights is to have a set of rules that answer the question who can use a resource at a given time if there's a conflict, but that's what the contract does that. So the contract combined with property rights prevents there from being a case where where conflict can't be avoided. It can always be avoided. And I agree with Zulu though that contracts have to be subsidiary to and flow from property rights. I do agree with him on that. But go ahead, guys.
Mhm. Yeah, no, I will give this over to you. Can always change your mind in a second, but I do want to jump in on this point of exclusion, where, well, if we think about property rights as a right to exclude, like DSA or whatever, then it kind of gets rid of any sort of problem with group ownership. I don't think that's necessarily the case, because if we had Crusoe and Friday both own a stick, well, they both have the right to exclude outsiders from the stick. Certainly, that's the easy part. But what if Crusoe wants to spearfish. Friday wants to leave the stick absolutely alone. That's Friday's. That's what he wants to do with the stick. Well, can they exclude each other's use at the same time? That
Correct.
is, Crusoe wants to
I agree
exclude
with you.
Friday
You're right.
from keeping the
No,
stick
you're right about that.
still. Right.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, you're right about that. And I'm you're right. I overstated the case probably, but I'm just saying we do have to keep in mind that that's what it is ultimately when we discuss what's going on here. Yeah, but ultimately in a co-ownership case, what I would say is ultimately there has to be a specified rule as to what happens when there's a conflict like this, and ultimately, if they can't, the rule could be they both have to agree. Okay, but if they can't agree and nothing can be done with the resource, then the contract would say something like, "Well, then we have to sell it and split the proceeds." I mean, that's always what you have to do ultimately, right? Or go to a judge and let the judge decide. But then it's random. I mean, if you have rules and you can't agree, you have to sell it. Some things cannot be. This is why people divorce. If they're using a house together, they can't live together in the house after their marriage, their relationship falls apart. So they have to sell it and move out. One of them has to move out, or they have to sell it. That's the only possible remedy, and that's the only way to split the joint ownership percentages. If it's 50-50, then you can't have half of the house because you can't use it together in peace without conflict. You have to sell it
Well,
at that point.
I would say if we're at the point of, going to a judge or selling it, then we're at the point of remedying these conflicts rather than in the first place having been able to avoid the conflicts.
Well, the judges, but not selling it. I think that the contract could have a clause that says, um, uh, I mean, look, you could have a contract between two people that says, in 1 year we're going to sell this house and we're going to split the proceeds. In between now and then we can use it, but in 1 year we're going to sell the house. Then they both agreed to that. Neither one can stop it from being sold because that was already set up as a title transfer. That's not a conflict. That's the exercise of ownership by the parties over the resource. They just said ahead of time what's going to happen to it. Or put it this way, I can say in 1 year, I give you full ownership of this house. But until then, I'm the 100% owner and I'm using it. But in 1 year, you own it. It's like I'm selling it ahead of time or I'm giving it to you ahead of time, which I think you would agree with. You can do it's the same thing as a penalty clause. If I own a house that I'm living in, I can say, listen, I'm not ready to leave yet, but I'm going to move to France in a year. And so I'm going to go ahead and give you now the title to this house in 1 year. You would agree with that kind of future title
Yeah.
transfer, correct?
Yeah.
And you would agree that if I try to sell the house in the meantime, the sale to a third party is not of effect because the third party would buy the house subject to my future title transfer, which I've already set up, correct?
No, I would think of these. I think that it's just like any other aleatory contract, like a loan. I believe you talk about loans like this,
Okay, so you
where
think it's
you might
it'd
default
be
on the
okay.
loan, and
It'd
then
only be a penalty clause. So that's the thing. You only think penalty clauses could be future title transfers, like pieces of money,
oh, no, no,
apparently.
no. I do think that you can agree that, hey, in a year's time, I'll sell this house to you. But then if you don't have the house in a year's time, if it gets blown up by aliens, or if you sell it to somebody else,
No, no, no,
then
no, no, no,
it's
no.
moot.
The
It's
blown up
gone.
aliens is different. Yeah. Okay, so if I have a house now, and let's say I'm 100% owner and resident of a house, okay, and I want to give it to you in a year. It's a gift. Let's just say a gift. Okay. So I say, I hereby give you ownership of this house in 1 year. Now, there is one condition
Hmm.
on that, which is that I am still, the house still exists because I can't give you in the future. So I'm giving you a possible future house, right? But if that house still exists and is standing and the space aliens haven't blown it up, then the title does transfer, correct?
I would disagree on there is the potential that I give it to somebody else instead in the meantime. And I think
Okay,
that if
so
I
that
really
hold
do
on,
own the
no,
house in the meantime,
yeah, but
then
that
I am allowed to do that
why?
because I own the house. I'm allowed to trade it to whoever I want. I could abandon it in the first
Yeah.
place.
I see.
Anything before that.
I think I think there's a problem with your theory is that you want to have it both ways. You want to say that it's possible to have your current intention now bind your ownership uh relationship with the resource in the future and yet you can still change your mind between now and then. You can't have it both ways, because if I have now said irrevocably that in the future that house is transferring to the third party, and I can't change my mind because I've already said it, then that is a real real in the property rights sense. It's a real burden on the property. And if a third party now buys the property, they're buying it uh, subject to that transfer. I've already transferred it. And you could have a title transfer office which records this so it's publicly known. A third party knows they can't buy the house from me, or they could buy it for a year, but in a year it's transferring to this guy. That is set in stone. That cannot change. So that's how we view this differently. Um, but I think my view is consistent, because you think you can transfer it for the future because you can set your opinion now and you can't change it, yet you could still sell the house anyway. So you don't think that the future title transfer affects the current house. I mean, what if I'm just the life estate owner? What if I'm renting the house and I sell it? Why does that rental not affect the property? Because I'm not the owner, right? But by the same token, if I'm the owner of the house, I'm only the owner for one more year. I'm not the owner forever, because I've already set in motion the title transfer in 1 year. I think you want to
Well,
put a
I
limit
think
on the conditions I can put on this future thing. You say the only limit can be whether it exists or not. I can't put on there the limit that uh, I haven't sold it to someone else.
well, I think the proper limit is so long as it's possible for any future-oriented contract, and that is a broader limit than that it exists,
Correct. I would
right?
agree
Because
with
there
you.
are those that could be impossible.
I would agree with you, but I don't see why I guess I'm thinking like a lawyer now. If I burden the property with a future interest, then that is a real burden on it, which runs with the land. And so anyone trying to buy the property knows they buy it subject to that. And that's why I don't have the ability. I've alienated my ability to sell the house outright to someone. And this ties back to your unitary idea that it has to be all or nothing. So you're thinking of this inviolable all or nothing approach.
Right, and because I think this is basically the same as a loan, right? It's you give me $1,000 in the present, now I'll go invest or whatever. In exchange, I'll give you $1,100 in the future. But like that doesn't mean that I'm not allowed to spend that money in the present, because I still own it. It's I might default on the loan. So it really is. Hey, if I have traded away all that money and I didn't get it back by the time a year comes and I don't have $1,100, then yeah, the loan's just gone bad.
I totally agree with that. But and I agree with it that loans should not be viewed as enforceable obligations. But that doesn't mean that you can't have complicated title transfers. I mean, I think that instead of viewing loans as a enforceable obligation, a promise, that it should be in which breach of contract is possible. I think loans should be characterized as title transfers. But that doesn't mean that, and yeah, and one of the conditions of a future title transfer is that the thing to be transferred exists and is owned by the promisor, so to say, or the transferor. But that doesn't mean that you
Right.
couldn't have complicated limitations. It's just that in the case of a loan, number one, money is fungible, and the purpose of the loan is to allow someone to spend it. So it wouldn't usually make sense for the lender to put a lot of restrictions on what the borrower can do with it, because if he does that, then at a certain point, what's the point of the loan if the guy can't spend it? But you could put some conditions on it, and one of those conditions could be you can only spend it in a certain way. Or if I start getting nervous and think that you're wasting or squandering these funds, and you're putting yourself in a position where you won't be able to repay me, like if we're 10 months down the line of a 1 year loan, and it looks like you're heading towards bankruptcy, I've got a right to call the loan, or I've got a right to halt your spending of it, or the title to the remaining sums of money that you own reverts back to me. You could do things like that in a loan. It adds expense and complexity, but it's perfectly compatible with property rights, right? It's because there's a specification in the contract of who owns the money at all times. And I loan you the money, I give you the money for you to use it. So now you're the owner of the money, but you set up a title transfer that says a conditional title transfer that says in 6 months, if I do the following things that make you nervous, then the title goes back to you. Right? And now I'm in possession of money that you own, and you have to give it back. Or the borrower has to give it back. You could imagine things like that. And in the case of a house where I own a house, let's say again, I'm the owner and I give you a life estate, or I give you a 1-year lease. I say you can use this house for 1 year. I have given you basically full ownership of the house minus the right to sell it for a year. And then in 1 year, I've set up a title. Look, I did the same thing recently, arguing with people about wills, because like David Gordon has this nitpicking idea that you can't have a will because you can't transfer title to something after in a will because it's only effective when you're dead, and when you're dead, you don't exist anymore. You don't have any rights anymore. So I said, well, you could easily get around that. You could have like like if I wanted to leave my house to my son, I could give him the house now, subject to a life estate for me to live in it. And then when I died, my life estate disappears and he becomes not just the naked owner, but the full owner. But you would reject even that, right? Because if I give you the house now you're the owner and you can kick me out. The life estate is null and void. You might only owe me a penalty clause or something, or a penalty. But you own the house. You can kick me out.
Right. I do think that the penalty could be that they have to give you the house. So
I
it would be,
know. So,
you know,
so like that's why I think you're going. I know you could. So the penalty could be you have to give the house.
right. Yeah, and I do want to get into this idea of burdens, which kind of go along with the property. Like there's certain conditions that on which they can use the property. But I do want to give, because you can always change your mind, has been waving his hand. I do want to give him some space to ask whatever he's wanted to ask.
Yeah, real quick. Real quickly. So I've written on that too. That this is why you can have things like homeowners associations or restrictive covenants or negative easements that run with the land and bind third parties. They don't bind them, but they affect them because if two houses next to each other agree to a negative easement on each other's property where they both agree not to build a house more than 3 stories, then if I sell my house to a new person, that person sells it subject to the veto right of the neighbor, and they can't just change their mind. So just subject to a penalty. It's a real right that runs with the land. So that's what I think you can do. These rich, useful, interesting things you can do with contracts if you don't hamstring yourself with this obsession with a solitary single owner that can't divide things because you object to the bundle of rights idea. But anyway, go ahead.
Hello, can people hear me?
Yep.
Cool. I was gonna say something about ownership. It was said earlier that ownership was defined as right to exclude, but I think the concept is more than just a definition. So you can define it in different ways depending on what you're talking about or such. So like you can define it as right to direct when talking, but like both are like two sides of the same coin, if you see what I mean. It was just that what I was going to say. So yeah, do you agree with that?
Zulu, do you want to jump in?
Sure. So I want to get this idea of like the restrictive covenant being something which
Real quick. Stefan's dropped down to listener. I don't know if he's having some
Oh.
technical difficulties. So I mean, maybe just go ahead and hopefully he can jump back up to speaker. Hopefully, there's nothing that's gone too wrong. Anyway, yeah, go ahead.
Sure. Yeah. So I want to kind of interrogate this idea of the restrictive covenant, specifying certain negative easements, that it's like attached to the property it's rather than just being like, hey, if they break these rules, then it's got to transfer to like the HOA president, whatever, and yada yada yada. Because what is the actual justification for you being able to like embed this into the property until, I suppose, it's abandoned or whatever? What's the justification for that being possible rather than just, it would be nice if that were the case?
Yeah. Well, I think it's there's not like a fundamental property right to embed things. Okay, it's just that's the way we describe the outcome of dividing property rights up. So basically, you reject it because you reject the idea of the bundle of rights, and you reject that because you think there has to be one owner. But so my mind, if you just like you can have co-ownership of a house, you could have two houses next to each other, and each owner can divide up the ownership rights in their house between each other by a contract between them, and one of them can give the other one a veto right over development issues, but not a usage right. So you could do it that way. Just like a life estate means that I have the underlying naked ownership and the right to sell it and the right to use it after they die, but the tenant or the life estate person, the usufructuary, has the right to use the house, but they don't have the right to sell it. If you divide things up like that, then you have all kinds of rich, useful things are possible. And one of them would be, I could give my neighbors a veto right, a negative servitude over my house, and they could give me a negative servitude over their house, so we can have a neighborhood which is free of commercial development or something like that. And because that's a real right, in other words, I've given you part of my property right in my house, uh, then it runs with the land, or can be described as running with the land, because you can only sell what you own. So if I sell my house to a new person, it's not like they're party to the agreement, but they're buying a piece of property which has only partial ownership rights. It has usage rights and resale rights, but it doesn't have the right to build it 3 stories high, because other people have the right to prevent that with their negative easement. I mean, Hoppe talks about this, by the way, when he talks in his book, in the Great Fiction, in his book, in his article, which was in Libertarian Papers, the of private common property. When he imagines a scenario of a village of people which have a path that they create together, and he says that they have an easement right, which is like a property right over this path. And if someone later builds a road on it, they have to take it subject to the pre-existing usage rights of the people. So that's a case where you have a resource which can be identified by its different characteristics, but it has different aspects of it which have different ownership claims, right? I life is complicated sometimes, and in a sense, everything in reality is connected to everything else, because that's what it means to exist, is to have an effect on other things, right? So yeah, I can look at this thing called a car and say I'm the only owner of it, but the car has an effect on other things, right? Which is why you can divide things up. If there's a huge plot of land, I can divide it up. I can abandon my claim to part of it. But that's not the only thing I can do with it. You could have an apartment complex which has co-owners. 5 people can get together and build an apartment complex as a business and then rent the units out to tenants. And then you have 5 people that are co-owners of this resource as defined by the contract between them.
So it sounds like, and correct me if I'm wrong, that like kind of the example of why we should accept that there is this bundle of rights thing is because there is such a thing as easement rights. You can't build like a donut homestead around somebody. They've got to have sort of easement to get out.
No, no, no. That's not my argument at all. That's Walter Block's argument. I don't agree with that argument.
And Dominiac.
Hello.
Okay, so
What?
so then I think you just cut out. Okay, so then what would be like how do we from first principles get to this idea that a property right is rather a bundle of associated rights rather than just the right to exclude?
Well, I think that like Hoppe's example, I think is based upon the intuition that um, the world is complex, and when you homestead a resource, you're doing it by a certain embordering action, right? A certain mixing of labor action, all these things mixed together, and but you're only homesteading to the extent that you have transformed or emborded a resource. Just like if you walk across the land and all the people using the land for hunting, um, they haven't built a house on it. They haven't used it in other ways, um, so it doesn't prevent people from flying airplanes over it, or uh, homesteading a plot of it and building a house on it. But they do it recognizing the pre-existing usage rights of people to roam and to hunt. Which is one reason why one argument of the leftists, like the property is theft people, is that the enclosure movement, like in Europe, um, in a way took property rights because it gave 100% binary allodial ownership minus the king's power to the landlord. I mean, to the lord, and and took away the 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 easement rights of the people to hunt and things like that. Um, so I think that just like you can imagine, um, if you had like the plains in the U.S. and you have someone homesteading it, they don't homestead the whole thing when they build a farm. They homestead the part that they embroidered and that they transformed, that they used, right? But their neighbors, they're next to other undeveloped land, and when people develop that, so to have this concept of property rights over the land, you have to have embedded in that a recognition that everything is connected, and that your usage rights are somehow connected to your the way the thing has to be used. Which is why some people argue that property rights would have a different application in things like water or airways or airwaves, the electromagnetic spectrum, or animal rights, animals that roams. The property rights have to adapt to the nature of the resource that you want um, uh, to assign property rights to. Um, I can't go in the other room because the Wi-Fi doesn't work. So and so my point is that you I forgot what I was saying, guys. I got interrupted, but I'll let someone else talk now.
No worries. So maybe I'm just misunderstanding this. Because I don't see how you might have embroidered some certain aspects of, for instance, the field, but you still left open like a one of those gates they got in the country where it lets people walk across it or whatever. Now that just seems to me that they have completely embroidered the field, but they're communicating to people. They're letting people walk across it in the same way that I've got a path which leads up to a mailbox, which is communicating to people that they can come and deliver letters there. I don't think that means that it is actually like a bundle of rights that I've only own the aspects of the house apart from the aspect which is able to stop people from delivering letters. Because I could at any point put up a
Yeah,
sign that says no letters.
yeah, I agree with you on that. It's just, I mean, you might reject Hoppe's example. Then you might not agree with him because you might say that, well, the villagers own the whole road, even before it's paved, and so they own it 100% because you have this 100% view. Um, you know, like I don't know how you would apply your theory to corporate ownership of corporate assets. Like, who would you say owns, I don't know, the Google headquarters or the Apple headquarters in California? Who owns that building?
Well,
You
I
think
would
it's the
say
shareholders?
largely the corporations we've got now are basically just legal fictions. They're just the government said so, therefore. Like, I mean,
I agree,
I
but I'm
believe
asking you.
somebody
I'm
might have
asking you
said
who
this.
who owns the building. But someone has to own the building. I'm asking you, who do you think owns the building?
I'm not entirely sure. Somebody, like, I don't know, the owner of Google, like the CEO or something. That's the way you'd have to do it. I'm not sure what their actual founding documents look like.
Well, the
So I
CEO is
wouldn't be
just
able to tell you.
he's just an employee. I mean, you hire an employee like the president or the CEO. He's just the guy that's in charge on a daily. He can be fired at any time. He's the CEO. He's not the owner. Well, he's not the owner legally. But I'm asking, from libertarian theory, who is the owner? Is it the shareholders? Is it the creditors who have a claim against debts that are owed to them by the is it the customers? Is it the contractors? Is it I mean, how,
Well, I think you'd have to do a whole lot of work to try and untangle. Okay, well, who did this purchase? Who did that? Who, like, because I think a lot of it is, you know, it's completely obfuscated because of the fact that they're not operating upon like the non-aggression principle. But I will give
Wait, are
Cam
you
here
guys
the
asking
opportunity to
this?
step in.
Zintani,
The Google company? Oh, sorry.
That's all right. Guys, this is my friend Zintani. She's lots of fun. I actually might get her to ask a question real quick. So go ahead, Zintani. What did you want to ask?
I'm just curious, like, are you asking this literally? Because the building is owned by Google. The company owns the building. Or are you getting at something else?
So the problem that we're kind of alluding to is the fact that, like, Google as an entity under our like kind of definition couldn't really own anything because Google is like not a person per se, and under our conception, ownership would have to be either by an individual person or by some group of people, depending on which theory you're operating on. So that's kind of, so you can't just like reduce it down to, well, Google owns it, because like, well, who is Google? Google is like a collection of people, would be kind of the point.
Well, sorry, I just want to be on the same page. So you're not asking like literally, you're not confused that the company owns the building. You're trying to
No,
dissect
we
it
are.
some other way?
Yeah, no,
Ye-
we were actually. Let me come in on this. We were asked this question, and Google is a good example. So we were asked this question about who owns the village road, maybe who owns some pasture in the village, or who owns the company. And Mr. Kinsella specifically asked, in how do we? I think his core question is basically how do we legalize within an ANCAP conception of ownership what's currently going on, what would be maybe the process, or specifically asked who is the owner. And so who is the owner of Google if we don't believe that group ownership exists? That's the underlying question.
If you
And the answer,
don't believe that group ownership exists, are
yes,
you saying
yes, because
it shouldn't exist, or that it does not exist?
Specifically, I would classify it as a form of fraud, or group ownership is communism, as it says in the title, and this is what we're discussing. So, assuming that this is the case, assuming that you're siding with us for whatever reason that group ownership doesn't exist, then the question becomes, well, practically, how do we resolve this? Who owns Apple's assets, and then or Google's assets? And then there is a functional answer. So the answer could be somebody does objectively. We don't know that yet, and we have to discover it by unraveling the whole chain of homesteading that occurred. That's one possible answer. And until this unraveling occurs, let's say the legalization court might place hypothetical guardianship on that potential owner that we're trying to locate. We see the asset, we know it's likely owned by somebody, and hypothetically, we can place protections on it, wagering that there is an owner. But it is also possible to discover that nobody owns it, such as I believe is the case with the people just walking a pathway and clearing a pathway with their feet. It's quite possible that they have failed to homestead. That's one possible outcome. That they didn't properly homestead. They didn't make it objectively visible to an outsider that they're being excluded, and therefore an outsider can come in and start placing toll booths on the road and paving the road, and the villager will say, well, what are you doing? We're walking here all the time. And he says, tough luck. Similarly, if a farmer starts farming a field and the field had no objective signs, borders, or it looked like it was abandoned, and then he plowed the field and somebody comes in, well, I actually own this field, I had the intention in a few years to plow this field, or I'm hunting here, you can't take my field. Well, sorry, you should have made that explicit. If you were the owner, you would have made it explicit. Making it explicit is the conception of ownership. And so it's either discoverable, and then you can possibly act, in my mind, as the guardian of the potential of the existing owner, or it might be discovered that we were just chasing a ghost, and we have to start homesteading, and then maybe the current user is like automatically becomes the homesteader. I know the security company that excludes from the building.
I do want to ask
What
Intani, how
is?
much of that did you understand?
I think all of it, or most of it. But what I don't understand, my question is like, what is the over under philosophical point we're making? Are we saying like group ownership is always communist? Even so, like the Google building, they are they are communists in capitalistic society. So communism inside capitalism, or capitalism does not exist. What are we saying?
We're saying that if I have a private company and I have, and I, quote unquote, there's no shares, I'm not putting it out to the public market, then that is capitalism. I am the full owner. I can have managers, CEOs, millions of people in staff. I'm still the full owner. I think New York Times is a good example of that. It's owned by a family in total. There is some mysticism created by the US government where you can have shares and yet remain the total owner as long as it's according to some contract. So people can buy gambling tickets in New York Times, maybe as investors. But there are some companies that are defined virtually just by the US government. For example, Apple, if you read the Apple's articles of incorporation, there's nothing there. It's just a reference to California's, a corporate code. That's it. And so they're basically a state entity. And there is both a theoretical problem with this, meaning this conflicts with our theory of ownership. And you think, well, what does it matter? What does it matter if some nerds think that it conflicts with everything? Well, the result of this mess is that
that is what I'm thinking.
Yeah, exactly.
I am thinking, what are these nerds talking about? Yeah.
Is that there is a whole army of lawyers and state agents that we're feeding that are trying to resolve these built-in conflicts in the legal system. So, for example, we had an example of the husband and the wife co-own a house, and we were thinking, how is that possible? Okay, well, there used to be a traditional solution where there is matriarchy, and so the wife owns the home, and there is a payment that occurs to the husband in the moment of marriage, and that payment is his assets in case there is a divorce. That's what he gets. That's the penalty. It's actually not even a penalty. He just gets the money, and that takes care of his welfare in those primitive societies. And there is a patriarchal system where it's the same thing in reverse. The husband totally owns the home, and in order to because the society wanted to accommodate the welfare of the woman, of the wife, they gave her money up front and said, this is the money that you should save in the bank, you should hold back, in the case that your husband dies, or in the case that he divorces from you and you're out in the street. This money will keep you fed until you find someone else. And so we had those solutions. Instead, what we have in our current society is a solution that says the lawyer will decide, the judge will decide, and there's no objective metric by which they decide. So if they feel, like a feminist one morning, they will always decide in favor of the wife. And if they feel like you know um,
Men's
some
rights activists.
men's rights activists, the wife is out in the street, right? And we're trying to practically, we're saying that this is convenient for whom? This is practically convenient for lawyers, for what we call it, for fraudulent lawyers, for fraudulent judges who practice fraudulent law. Why is that law fraudulent? It doesn't address the main point. It does not legally avoid the conflict. It makes them possible. And it's very profitable to make that conflict possible. That's why, it's such a big profession.
So is the over under that big lawyer is causing a conspiracy to hide communism in our capitalistic society?
Yes.
You're joking. Wait, the conclusion is this: the lawyers did this. Big lawyer.
Yes, specifically.
Which lawyers caused this?
So there is a whole range of legal decisions that occurred in the United States that introduced these elements that are empowering judges, and they empower judges by making law arbitrary, subject to the whim of the judge of the Supreme Court. That gives them power. So it gives them direct political power, right? Because if they decide, for example, I'll give you a clear, simple example.
Epstein.
There is a lady. No, not Epstein. Let's use a gentler example. There is a lady, and she built a house. She painted it lovely pink, and it stood in a nice neighborhood. And then the government said and came out with this idea: listen, ownership is not in total. There's like a bundle of rights, and one of them is that the government has the right of eminent domain over what you own. So they came to her home and they said, we're going to sell your home for you in order to build, some, Asian company wants to move into our neighborhood here and pay high taxes. And so they seized her home against her will, and she lost in court. She lost in the Supreme Court. That's a real case. Obviously, nothing was built, and there's just a ruin there. And so her rights were totally trampled. Now, who benefits from this? The judge and the Supreme Court and everybody who can bribe the judge to make the decision in their direction. And this possibility creates the life that we live in, creates all of the little problems that we encounter, because it's unclear who owns things. Group ownership is quote unquote possible in our society. And by calling it communism as a meme, we're pointing at the consequences. Now, if you think it's funny, speak to somebody who lived through communism. My parents, or your parents, I don't know where you're from, or somebody who lived in that society and who was, who worked in the nomenclature, in the bureaucracy, or had to engage with it. And then compare it to a typical corporate HR department, or the bowels of Microsoft present day. No difference. Why? Because it's not clear who owns what. It's a whole convoluted judicial mess, and it goes down to the individual in his place of work.
I guess my question is, how do you avoid this? Like, if you ever start a company, or like when I work on music, if I'm working with someone, there's artist rights, so if we don't do our own contract, whoever works with me automatically owns 50%. We share that piece of music together. How do you avoid this?
Well, one of the ways you avoid this is you have a completely different business model. So you say that my music is just an intellectual concept, and anyone can reproduce it. I can't control other people's minds. I can't control, their flash drives and their computers because those belong to them. They don't belong to me. So I have to make money somehow. And there's a brilliant way that we've invented, society invented. It's called Buy Me a Coffee. So you should make a song as part of your repertoire. That's the song that says "Buy me a coffee," and you should play it at every concert. And at the end of the song, in the beginning of the song, it should be like a big link for your audience members to donate to you. They should pay you for your merch, for your contracts, for your concerts, for attendance, to be in the venue. They should pay for physical copies that you produce.
What about commercials?
People can no, this is complicated. A commercial can just take your song and start playing it. There's nothing within our world, nothing you can do about it, but you can raise a stink about it. You can say, hey, these guys are using my music, but they don't support me. And so that would be negative press for that company. And another company a competitor of that brand might approach you and say, we want to celebrate your music. So we're asking permission, even though we don't have to. But we want to have your name, your brand name associated with us. So will you allow us to do that?
So in your world, you cannot buy or you cannot sell anything. You have to give everything for free and hope the money comes back.
You can't sell or buy ideas. You can sell or buy services.
Well,
and
music is a product. It's a physical. It's a wave file. So it's a thing.
It's a series of ones and zeros on a computer.
No,
yeah.
Correct, but there is sure.
Okay.
In that sense, but so let's go back to the core of the theory. So the conflict, if we have a conflict between us, it has to be about inability to exclude a thing at the same time. So, for example, let's say I have a music player, right? I have a music player, and it's mine because, let's say, I found it or I bought it, or somebody gave it to me. It's mine. I own it. I think we both agree with that concept. And then I play some music on it, and you say, "Oh, Casimir, don't play music in your player." Then we have a conflict. I want to play the music, and you don't want me to play the music for whatever reason.
I
right?
don't think that's not quite what Shintani said. The question is, you have a music player, Shintani produces music. Who decides, well, that music is now transferred for your right to play? There is a separate question as to, can I play that music forever after Shintani gave me the rights to that music, or does Shintani owe the rights to music forever, etc.? That's not quite the issue. For your machine, but just quickly,
I was answering that.
For your machine to play the particular music that she produced, you need something. A gentleman just called it zeros and ones. Okay, let's call it zeros and ones. You need those zeros and ones from Shintani. There's a distinction between that and perpetual license.
I'll answer that. I was actually approaching that, and I'll finish. I'll finish on that. Those ones and zeros are just information. For example, I could write them down, and then I can reproduce them. And the means by which I reproduce them are my body, my music player, my flash drive, and so on and so forth. Those are my things. There is an implication. There is an implication in our society using some legal mysticism from the central authority, from the government, that you or Zintani or someone else can have a monopoly on an idea that applies to my body, my music player, my flash drive, and I reject that. I don't think it has grounding. I think it's based on whoever is just more powerful, which means
I agree with you. I agree with you on that.
I mean, the world, Casimir, the world is already currently like this in the music industry. I work, majority of my career is as a ghost producer. So majority of my work is not, my name is not on it. It was taken by big dogs that took it and put their name on it. But I still don't quite understand. Like, if I have worked on something with another person and we want to sell this thing, I don't understand how your version of society could function at all.
Oh yeah, so you have a practical problem. Okay.
Yeah,
So
two
the
people
practical.
made a thing and they want to sell it.
Yeah, but
You can.
the key question is
Your
what
failed
is.
business model is not my problem.
Yeah. Well, but we're gonna do a gentler version of this, hopefully. And Mr. Kinsella is back, so maybe the conversation can resume the other in the other direction. But um, yes, you should have, as I said in the start, you should have a bit better business model, and your business model should not include, the people with guns coming to my home and arresting me, and having a firefight with me over playing your music, which is what it actually. This is what you're implying down the road. So you're implying that because you invested labor into something, you made some effort that took you effort. That implies that you have some claim over my body down the line.
No,
For example,
I'm saying, how do you avoid group ownership if you have two people that have made something and they
no,
want to sell it?
I'm saying that the concept of ownership doesn't apply to what you did. You just what you operate is actually just a service. The service results in an intellectual. I don't know if
Okay,
if
what
you
if
call it
I what if I
a
sew
product.
a sweater with another person? Does that change things? And I want to sell this sweater, and one of the people, my friend sewed half of it, and I did the other half.
Okay,
It's a
so that
distinction. It's a distinction between justice and ownership. Ownership in this way doesn't quite work. The other one is justice, which
No,
could maybe
no,
work.
I'm hold on. I'm trying to understand the group ownership is always communism. Okay?
yeah.
I'm
No, we will address this. I understand your question. It's actually a really good question. So we removed IP for the equation for a moment. What happens? You and your friend, there's no prior agreement, and you know, I'm guessing you both brought in materials and your time, and one of you created one piece of the sweater, and the other one created another piece of the sweater, or even worse, you now can't even decipher who's done what. The question is then, are you both owners? It might be that your question is complex enough. Well, I'll have to surrender and say, hey, I'll come back later and give you an answer, but I'll give you my instinctual answer, right? Listen, it's very easy to ask difficult jurist questions. My instinctual answer is as follows, and I had the same answer to the conjoined twins example. So two heads, one body. What exactly happens there? Well, one of the ways you could address this, possibly, it's hypothetical, is there is implied and possibly real guardianship is involved in that process. Meaning, um, let's say I have the right to sell the sweater, or you have the right to sell the sweater because objectively you worked on it and it's a product, and you're trying to sell it, but your friend who also worked on it doesn't want to sell it. So what's going on? The one way to possibly resolve this is to say, the way you did things implies a certain amount of um, guardianship by you over his rights, because when you try to sell the sweater, you're performing an action that would, initiate a conflict with him. But because you're a guardian, you can't do that. And so what it would revolve to is it would make your action null and void. So you just won't be able to sell it without his consent. And the question is, should we, the outsiders, call you the co-owners of the sweater? Because it's hard to determine who's the owner in time X. One answer is a brutal answer could be neither of you own it. You just failed to homestead. You did something that's so indecipherable it doesn't work. Another answer is try the same example with guardianship.
or you could just call them communists. You could call them dirty
Yep.
communists.
Yes.
Okay.
We can definitely point at this problem. Listen, when you do, so we could tell them, listen, if you don't want your sweaters to be taken from you, then at the onset decide who's going to own it and who's the employee, and then you don't have a problem. You have a contract, and you're actually already communicating to outsiders that you're excluding them very clearly, and so that works. That's a solution.
Wait, that sounds more
Sorry,
like communism than
I don't.
you guys are sounding like communists.
I don't think Casimir is as anti-communism as you think he is.
Yeah,
Shintani.
maybe you're more similar to the communists than you think, Casimir.
No. It's the other way around.
But
I'm saying
you said you got two people who made a sweater. They can't agree on what selling or buying, and so we're going to take away their sweater. Who's we? The government?
I'm saying that their sweater, they're communicating potentially. One possible view is that they're communicating abandonment. If they created such a structure where ownership is impossible to determine,
so the
could be
government
abandoned.
has to come in, take the sweater, and burn
No,
it.
I understand. No, that's not what he's saying. I understand now. Yeah. No, he's not a communist. Which he could be. It wouldn't bother me. I mean, everyone's entitled to their views. But no, I understand what he's saying. I understand.
No, I'm not saying this is the answer, because what she asked
No,
is a
it is one answer. What you? No, I'm not. Excuse me. I didn't mean to pretend that you were saying something.
No.
You
What
are
I
gesturing
want
towards
to make
possibility.
clear, we have a traditional answer. So I'll quote specifically. There's a paper by Lukáš Dominiak, and by that's supporting a paper by Walter Block, where they analyze cases where people try to create an ownership structure that's unclear or that's even directly contradictory. And their answer is as follows: if what you're doing establishes a contradiction in the middle of your doing it, that cannot be homesteading or ownership, meaning you're creating a structure that doesn't exist, that's unclear, and that's your fault and no one else's. And so people might treat what you've established as null and void, as an impossible structure, even though you wasted a lot of labor on it. It's going to be your tragedy, not the tragedy of the other person that showed up and he can't understand what you're doing. And so because there is a burden in ownership to be decipherable by other people.
Sure. I think what you say, I understand. Shintani's point, I think, was slightly getting at someone who maybe you appear to be, but of course who are not. Group ownership is communist as a slogan is an interesting one, because of course group ownership is natural humanity. All human beings own things in common. That is the fundamental relationship of human existence up until the 17th century decided to ruin everything. And insofar as your position, yeah, I think what you're doing is not I know what you're doing isn't communism. What you're doing is an invitation to a new form, what I would call a new form of maturity.
Well, thank you, but I have to correct you. I totally disagree with that view of history.
Yeah.
And I will link you to a video that will explain it at length. No, not link. So Viator et Terra is a very interesting creator, a very niche channel, and he has a video called Feudalism: Tyranny of a Concept. You can look it up. And the references to that video are many brilliant writers.
Feudalism is a false concept. No historian, at least in the Western Academy, believes in that anymore. Those of us in China still pretend we do.
One moment. There's a point here. I'll get to it real quick. The point is that when you watch his video, you will notice that what you said is incorrect. Before the 17th century, way in the past, a lot of society was established on very, very much recognition of private ownership, of individuals, of families, of patriarchs having exclusive rights. And we have a myth about the Middle Ages having this relationship where there is an army of slaves, serfs, and a single, feudal with a few lords in regions, and it's
So
the
that's
hardest.
not true. That's not true.
Exactly.
Obviously, just a quick. Look. I'm on your side. Really, I know that's not true. But also, what I would say is the alternative. Well, you of course don't believe the alternative is your particular political philosophy because we haven't got there yet. But maybe we will, and I hope we do. Of course. The question here is not actually about property. In this issue vis-a-vis feudalism, the issue is not really about property, but is really about the concept of a person and the concept of a family and so on, blah, blah, blah. We could have a long conversation about that. But I certainly agree with you. I haven't seen that video, but I'm sure the gentleman who's talking about why feudalism is a myth. Feudalism is a story created much earlier than people realize to deal with Protestantism and Catholicism and other issues. I stress that point, as early as Heutzinger, if not before. I totally know that. The issue is, insofar as what you're doing, insofar as what Shintani is receiving, is an interesting discussion because you've got a view of history which I would say is perhaps more accurate, right? I think you guys have probably looked more deeply, for example, at the so-called feudalism. But people who receive the basic capitalistic education or the basic communistic education, it could be the same thing, really, don't have that same education. And that was just the point I was trying to gesture towards. Not against you at all.
Thank you. One of the things that
That was a really long way of saying you think I'm a dumbass, Brother Jordan. Thank you.
No, that is the opposite of what I was trying to say.
No, that's what you're. And to be fair, yeah.
I'll spin it a little bit. We were here since what is it? 9 a.m., 9:30, I think, when we started the space. And now it's 12, so it's 2.5 hours later, and most of our conversation was such where my personal experience of it was such that I will listen to the recording to understand some of the points Mr. Kinsella was making. It's just the honest way to I'm not sure whether he's fully correct or wrong. My instinct is to disagree, but why I disagree, I would have to think over time and come out with answers, including to one of your questions that you raised. I'm very happy when people come into a space with a more usual point of view in society, and then the level of the conversation goes down to popularizing. We're popularizing our ideas. That's also part of what we're doing. So I'm happy. I don't think you're dumb. You just have a different set of expertise. I would sound as incompetent trying to discuss techniques in music, most likely.
Are you referring to me?
I mean, to be fair, I haven't shared any of my opinions on anything.
That isn't it.
I've only asked. I actually like I think we need to be more communist. I just need to run it this time, and I'll do it right.
I think we need to be more Maoist.
Climbing
I
up.
agree. I do agree. Now, can I just ask quickly on that one, Casimir? Is your position that you say that I am less intelligent than I ought to be in asking the question I didn't ask,
No.
or what? Because I just didn't quite get the
I'm saying that Zintani, when she came into the space, she doesn't understand our first principles, and she was asking the question from how things are in current society, and that's a legitimate way to reintroduce our concept and to make us not only just explain them or explain why they have to be that way, also explain try to answer the practical questions.
Can I give so I totally appreciate what you're saying, but I think the reason that Shintani is special as a person on Twitter, and I really believe this, Shintani, and we were in a previous space talking about power, and I was listening to it, and Shintani will remember, and I just thought, oh, this is getting so boring. Only Shintani has once said something interesting and compelling. What is the nature of power? If we're going on about making other people do things through organizations, making other people do things.
All right, sir. But I'm the host
Oh,
of the
sorry,
podcast.
I'm ranting a
I
bit.
would
Can I just
I would want to get back to the topic, and
can I just finish my? Give me 30 seconds to have a little rant, and then we can go back to the topic.
okay.
I beg you. I beg your permission.
You have 20
And so,
seconds. Go ahead.
and so what I was going to say, I was listening to Shintani, and I thought Shintani is the only person here who is. All these guys are talking about power, right? And they don't have any knowledge what that word really means. And I thought Shintani is the only person tapping into Taoism, which is actually the most influential doctrine of power in half the hemisphere of the human globe, including your dear friend,
Oh,
Chairman Mao.
okay,
And
well,
so I'm going to finish it there. I'm going to finish it there. But I'm just going to say Shintani is not one to be written off easily. I say that simply.
I have not at all. Okay,
I'm gonna take over the world,
and
I hope you
and I'm
do. I
gonna
hope
make
you
us.
do.
And you
With
we'll
your
guys
try.
better
ceramic
get used to
giraffe.
communism.
No, we're not gonna get used to communism. I'm
Well, you don't have a choice, so.
They're not. They're
I'm
not.
struggling
They're
not
not
to say what I
communist.
think about communism. On the
Can
advice
I
of
ask,
counsel,
can I ask you a
we'll-
question about communism? Can I ask you a question about communism?
sure.
So a lot of people understand communism to be largely about the issue of material resources. My reading of Chairman Mao, which I think is much better than most people's living here and doing it for a long time.
Please, I have to press you. Make it a question because you've been speaking before.
Mao understand, you're right, I shouldn't talk about myself. Mao understands that the fundamental issue of communism is culture, which is a modern term. The fundamental issue is how people think. Would you agree with that?
Okay.
Idea
So
sets.
first, I want to bring this back to the conversation about group ownership and how we define, from our perspective, communism and socialism in particular. So there are a variety of ownership claims. If it's an individual ownership claim, uh, you know, people call it private property. We just call it actual ownership or real ownership. And then there are competing theories, which we contest are self-contradictory. And one of these competing theories is broadly called socialism, classic or original socialism, which is the idea that a group can simultaneously have multiple owners over a piece of ownership, over a piece of a resource, um, and so this is a group ownership claim over some means or resource that otherwise people could be rivalrous over. Okay, now there are subsets. So one subset is called communism, which is it defines the group. The group is the working class. So it breaks society into classes, tries to define a working class as some kind of property cluster, and then everybody within that should be the owner in any dispute, and anyone outside that class should not. That's the answer. And there are other forms of socialism. For example, there is the fascist version, which is the state, everything within the state, nothing outside the state, everything for the state. The state should be the owner of everything within its territory. There is the quote unquote national socialism, which is a misname. They believe, or they're defined as there is a genetic cultural group that should own everything to the exclusion of others, right? So we view that. My view is that all of these are
Who's we? Sorry, mate. Who's we in this? Who we? You obviously have a position against these
no.
people.
I'm saying that from the perspective of the National Socialists, they have a chosen genetic or cultural ethnic group, right?
Well, let's not talk. We're not talking about National Socialists. As you rightly said, they're not relevant. But you said several times for communism, etc., socialism, we don't have that view. Who are the we?
I'm an anarcho-capitalist, or a
Good,
right libertarian,
good.
or a true libertarian.
I
And
knew you were smart. I knew you were smart from the beginning.
Thank you for the praise. I believe that only individual. So in the full sense of the word ownership, it is only something that the individual can have, and this was the subject of this conversation.
So yep. But you're not like a Noam Chomsky anarchist, right? You've got a different form of anarchalism.
Anarchism, yes. So
Is that a distinction?
yes, there is a big distinction. So and this is funny. So the distinction is actually again, this is all flowing from this conversation. The so-called libertarian socialists, which is I believe Chomsky is some kind of that. There is a content creator, if you can call that, on YouTube called Vosh, that claims himself to be a
Oh, he's a
libertarian.
pedophile. Let's not talk about
Oh,
him. Move on.
oh, okay, words, yes, possibly. So there are a lot of people making those claims. We believe that those claims have internal contradictions, therefore they're null and void. And these are basically people masquerading as members of our movement for various political reasons. And there is also a whole bunch of group of people that are libertines. So they like to smoke, pot, and they like to walk around naked, and so they don't want the man to oppress
So
them.
when you imagine when you're off there doing your thing, which I hope you achieve, and I mean that because why shouldn't you? Do you think without, and I'm not going to, because your argument might be, well, of course, it's going to evolve into we're going to do it all over again, and why shouldn't we? That's human history. Why shouldn't we keep repeating ourselves? But presumably, there are going to be certain structures and so on. What do you think in your commune, the structures are going to be built around after 50 years?
Okay, so it's a good question, a really great one. So we have the best example I would give you from current reality is the various communities, the group of people in the United States called the Amish Mennonites. So they are split among a very large number of local churches that have slight distinctions. And basically, an Amish person has a choice in their life. They could either stay a member of their choice, which is they subscribe to the set of social rules, or if they don't want to follow. One moment, let me finish, please. I'm answering your question. I don't want to mute you. So they have uh, um, a lot of options in which form of government they take on voluntarily. So what I want to see is, quoting Hans Hermann Hoppe, tens of thousands of little Liechtensteins. You should go read up how that society is managed, or maybe Switzerland's, which is a location that has a single owner, and that owner invites me to live as a tenant on their territory, or I can, if I'm successful enough in providing services and products to other people, then maybe I will become an owner of one of those enclaves. And I'm inviting people to live and work in my domain by providing them with a list of rules that I established locally, and a list of alliances that I have of the people that support me politically and militarily, under the idea that we have an objective law, that human bodies are inalienable, and that anyone that breaks that fundamental rule is an aggressor. So in 50 years, I expect, for example, my covenant community to remain fairly stable, because it will have a fairly traditional set of rules. But if it doesn't, then right next to me, there would be other options and competitors. And eventually it will stabilize into the most, by Pareto distribution, into the most stable societies remaining. And we have examples of in history and in present reality for that. I want to go to Ace, if possible. And I'll ask you if I answered you sufficiently later. Sorry.
No, it's fine. Yeah, move on. I thought it was really good.
Legionnaire and Ace, do you want to speak? That I need to unmute you.
Case can go first. He's been waiting for longer, so.
No, the space is not muted, so you could just unmute yourself, as far as I know.
No, I'm talking about Ace. I think you should go first, if he is here still.
I don't think he is.
Can I just say I thought that was a
out to
really
get some water.
I thought that was a really good answer. I really liked the answer. Don't feel under any pressure. I thought it was really good. I mean, of course, we're looking to hear what Ace and not the other guy has to say, but there's no pressure, mate. That was really good. That was really, really good.
I don't
So
feel
what I
any
want.
pressure. Thank you.
Okay, so what I wanted to say is I saw something that really kind of wasn't really addressed, that I at least would address about like the whole group ownership thing. Google owns a company, or in the example, not really the example, but what Casimir brought up about National Social and the socialists, they identify these classes that they all should win any given conflicts, right? The core issue with this is like kind of identification of them, their metaphysics. They're kind of putting the group as the very real thing and the individual as kind of just a cell of the collective.
I think that is an issue. If there's space, if anyone else wants to speak, I'll stop. I agree with you. I think the issue with Google is Google is not the same thing. In fact, the gentleman Casimir, who was speaking so correctly, in my view, about the importance of local communities, or what we could call communities, is the opposite of Google. Google is a harvesting of human life. But I'm not going to be rhetorical about it. But I don't like Google. I don't think Shintani likes Google. I don't think Casimir. I don't think anyone here likes Google. But these things.
Sorry, what? Why do you think I don't like Google?
Because I know that Larry Page told you you weren't welcome at the celebratory Disney Google merger.
Well, that never happened, and
Well, no, it didn't happen because
I
you
love
didn't
the
turn up.
billionaires. It's better for me
Oh,
because
Teddy,
billionaires love me. So
stop
I
it.
love capital. No, I could not be more real. Love
No,
capitalism.
that's no,
Love
that,
super wealthy people because
but they love
they can give
they
their
love
money to me.
Yeah, but the people in this
Ace?
space like capitalism as well. They're not anti-capitalism. Well, they're not anti-people, moving their property around. But presumably,
I'm not
Shintani,
anti-Google.
presumably you would acknowledge that Google is no longer a capitalist enterprise. Presumably, you would even you, obsessed with Larry Page
Right,
as you
because
are.
they have, because they have a monopoly or what?
No, well, they don't have a monopoly, but what they're doing is anti-capitalistic activity. For example, breaking the law, pressuring the government to make particular interventions, breaching capitalist trust principles, incurring huge antitrust fines in Europe and so on. They're no longer behaving like let us not forget what Adam Smith said, and it's often misquoted, the invisible hand of God. Why did he say that? What he said was, by an invisible hand of God, these companies, these profiteers will be stopped from abusing and destroying their own countries out of patriotism. Now, that is not what we're seeing. We're seeing an abuse of capitalism. The word capitalism is not a word, I think. The capitalism, I think, is something of an illusion, an anti, but with ANTE, communism, in which we have this idea that, well, communism we don't like, but therefore anything a business person does is okay. Come on, Shintani, you don't think that's true. You don't think it's okay that companies lie, deceit, cheat, steal from the country of which they've taken all their resources? Or maybe you do.
I think that in any society, the smartest will win and the weak will lose. So
Who told
I
you?
do not dislike Google.
Who told you that Google were the smartest?
I think we were talking about this, or I brought up my opinion when I was talking about power and like the importance of the word deserve, which I hyperfixated on for like fucking 2 weeks and obsessed over. What do we mean when we say someone deserves something? What does that word mean? I think the answer is found in nature. I think if a deer, has a sprained ankle and it gets eaten by a bear, I think that deer deserved it. So
Shintani,
if Google,
Shintani,
hold on. If Google is fucking around and they're not finding out, I think that they get what they
I
deserve.
think
One
That,
moment, doctor. One moment,
Shintani, just
doctor.
can I just quick
Okay.
finish?
I also think if you fuck around enough, and you start, messing with people enough, you will also get what you deserve. So whatever corruption is going on, you're never going to escape corruption unless we become a hive mind and we edit the human genome and we eliminate what the fuck ever.
Shintani,
What?
One moment, doctor.
presumably,
Okay.
can I?
No, you can't. You've been hijacking the space a little bit too much. I'm going to sort things out and deal with all the requests. So just give me one moment. I'm going to reinvite Mr. Kinsella and Liquid Zulu if they want to come back. I'm not sure. And then I'll restore the topic. Now, Dr. Kintsugi, I will. So you're a little bit unruly. I'm going to drop you down to listener for a bit, I think. Let me see. New post. Okay. Let's see if I can. I have 2 requests. Excellent. Okay. Now, a key question is to Mr. Kinsella. Let's see if I can figure out how to unmute individually. I'll unmute the space just in a moment. So, Dr. Kintsugi, please don't speak anymore. Otherwise, I'll have to resolve some technical difficulties, which will pause the space for a couple of minutes, and then, I'll still exercise my ownership rights here. Okay, I'm gonna unmute. I want Stefan, or I'll have to get used to this. I want Stefan to tell us which topic we should resume to, and then we'll go from there.
Oh, hey, I'm back. Okay. Yeah, I made a joke on Twitter that everything always devolves into either intellectual property or Bitcoin. I didn't even want to get into the IP thing. You seem to handle it fine. But it makes me worried that I'm a bit of a commie for supporting co-ownership rights if it has any implication about IP rights, but I don't think it does. Anyway, I just wanted to say, I think I've been thinking about this. I think my main disagreement with Zulu is that it's not about the semantics of what we call co-ownership. It's about this idea that um, you have to have ownership and it has to be indivisible, and that's because the mechanism for getting rid of your rights is alienation, which is an all or nothing thing, and that you can't enforce. A contract to make a promise to let someone use something, you can always change your mind. It's almost like an inalienability thing. Although he seems to think that you could have a provision in the contract, which one of the consequences of failing to let someone use your property is you have to give them the property as a penalty. So to me, it seems to devolve into the same arrangement, whether you call it co-ownership or not. So I think their main disagreement is, and I think it's question begging on his part because I think he's presupposing some things when he says ownership has to be indivisible, and um, you can't have the bundle of rights to divide property rights up. I think that's an assumption. I think that's an assumption which needs to be proven. And I think when you just repeat it by saying, well, because a contract to do so wouldn't be enforceable, that's just question begging or circular. I think the general right of an owner is to exclude and to alienate it with a contract, and the contract can be complicated. And if you do it in a way that that gives the consequences or the penalties, so that if you fail to live up to it, the other guy gets property rights in it. Then it's the same thing as co-ownership. And whether we call it co-ownership or not is irrelevant. And I think it gets awkward if you refuse to do that in obvious cases like co-owners in a partnership of a building, or a husband and wife co-owning a house. I don't think we have to decide matriarch or patriarchy to decide which one is the real owner, the husband or the wife, and then they have to have a contract with the other one and a penalty clause to enforce it and all this kind of stuff. I think you can just call it a joint ownership situation and use a combination of contracts and property rights to settle the issue. That's sort of how I'm looking at it now. I'm still open on this, and I don't think it's settled. By the way, I think that one thing that Zulu takes for granted, and so do I, is the ability to have these future title transfers. That is something someone could quibble with our theory about, although no one seems to, because they don't understand the nuances. But once you accept that you can do that, which he seems to, I think that other useful things can be done, like these complicated contracts. So I think contracts and co-ownership and bundle of rights division is just an implication of the ability to have future conditional title transfers.
I understand the disagreement, and I wrote down specifically, bundle of right theory must be refuted logically. That's the demand. We have to like go from
Right.
first principles and establish it. I won't be able to do it right now.
Right.
I would just say that when I was listening to you two speak, my mode of disagreement is I have more of an engineer's, problem solver's, sort of manager's mind, which is when you tell me that you want something to happen, say the husband and the wife have to exclude all the others, and we have to have a language around it. And even if you want to call it co-owner, to me you are presenting almost an engineering problem, which is
Yes.
which is like Walter Block had this. He didn't really like the idea of just absolute abortions everywhere all the time, and he didn't have a theory to be against abortion, and so he eventually figured it out and proposed certain solutions,
Right.
uh, addressing that. So I understand that impulse in that mode. I don't think that's like setting the problem. So
No, I agree. By the way, that's interesting because Walter does that with the abortion, and he also does it with body alienability. Because he says, well, what if you have a father who wants to sell himself into slavery to get money to save his son's life? So he has to alter libertarian theory to make that possible. I don't think I'm trying to do that. What I'm trying to do is I'm trying to say that people will want to achieve things, and they will want to use the legal tools available to them to do it, and they will do it. And that's one reason that they use contracts and they use property rights to come up with these arrangements, which are natural, by the way. A husband and wife co-ownership of a house is a natural thing. I think it should be the default legal ownership, but even if it's not default, you could still do it by explicit prenuptial agreement or something like that.
I think that maybe a good solution to minimize the lawyers. Oh, I think Ace, you re-raised your hand, so I'll go and get to you next.
By the way, I might have to go in a minute, but I'll be listening. But I assume this will be recorded, and I get the recording later.
I think this recording is supposed to be permanent on X, and I hope we get access to it. Unfortunately, I'm not, because it's not planned. I'm not duplicating it. So sorry about that. If X messes up, then your problem is with Elon Musk.
That's fine. Okay. I'm still listening. I'll just keep listening.
So I'll get to this in just a moment. I would say that I disagree with you about the natural part. I think what I described used to be natural until the whole legal system got established that gives lawyers quite a bit of power. And I think that I would use, if I wanted to appeal to emotions, I would say, well, that's the wrong part. It's wrong that a divorce results in like a catastrophe where lawyers get involved and both sides get poorer and the lawyers get on either side get richer. I think that we should aim at a system where it's explicit. Here's one way to make it explicit. Liechtenstein declares that if you are husband and wife and you purchase a lease, then the lease behaves this way on their territory. No
Yeah.
problem. Everything is pre-written then.
Yeah.
And pre-resolved. And this is has direct practical implications on society. We spend less currency on more more producing.
Yeah, let me interject because I think I'm misunderstood here. When I say natural, what I'm saying is that I'm actually agreeing with you. What I'm saying is the default presumption of the law should be to recognize. So, for example, I'm used to the European civil law and the Spanish common law, the Spanish Roman law. Model of community property, for example, as the default presumption that husband and wife co-own things together. Um, and I think that as a libertarian, we can make a careful distinction between the relationship between people, which is a private, sometimes religious, civil relationship, which gives rise to legal consequences, which we call the matrimonial regime. And I'm saying that that regime should be the default presumptions as natural as possible, so that lawyers don't have to get involved, and so you don't have to write like the same thing with intestacy law. If you have if you have property, it should go to your children and your spouse. That should be the presumption. You shouldn't have to have a will for that. If the law was the other way around, you'd have to get a will to have your normal preferences put into law. So if the law does what people normally want and assumes that, it minimizes the need for law and the need for lawyers. So I'm in total agreement. The natural part is I'm just saying that it's the default presumption of a married couple is that they do things together, they co-own things together, they have a community property interest in their salaries together, and they both can make joint decisions about their children together. That's the default presumption. You can opt out of it, but that was sort of what I was getting at. I don't know if you disagree with that.
No, I disagree with it in some part. I agree with the idea that it's the default presumption, but my solution to it is to not invalidate theory to make it fit, and to not like nudge theory to make it fit like Walter Block did in some instances.
Yeah, I totally agree. Yeah, I totally agree.
So I'll give you I'll finish on this because others wanted to speak. I do believe that the concept of guardianship applies very heavily in this case and could explain the relationship. For example, the husband is away, the wife is at the house, so the husband has certain willful decisions about the house that he just can't make. Somebody shows up with a problem related to the house, the husband is not there to resolve it. Who is going to resolve it? The wife, and she's acting on behalf of the husband, exercising his rights. That is one-to-one the framework of a guardianship. If somebody wants to judge her actions, they will judge it from the perspective of, does she seem to, are we wagering that she represents his likely will in this case? So, for example, if somebody shows up and asks her, can I burn the house? Then no judge is going to say that's the default presumption, right? They're going to say no. And so somebody might even stop her because she will stop acting as a guardian. So I think that could be enough to explain it. And
it could be if you assume that she's not the owner and you're trying to come up with another theory to say what she is, and you're kind of you're merging together the concept of agency with guardianship. I think you're sort of combining and also with like if you have an attorney or a doctor, they have these fiduciary duties of good faith and all this stuff. So you're merging all those together like a representative who can speak on your behalf but has duties to represent your best interests, which defines your powers, that kind of stuff, which is reasonable. I totally agree that's reasonable.
And it has applications. One of the applications I'm trying to convince people about this is on the question, the other thing that always comes up in debates on libertarians, which is the borders. People have a question: how do we preserve the local museum? How do we preserve the local park, which has people have a default understanding of what these are for? But yet we don't know exactly which one of the taxpayers or security companies or homesteaders is the actual owner of the property. How do we act? One way is to act towards it the same way, towards those potential owners, the same way as to an abandoned child. You recognize their rights exist, but also that they can't express them yet. And in a similar fashion, you declare yourself a guardianship. You declare yourself a guardian over the resource, and then this declaration comes with responsibilities. As long as you want to be defined as the guardian, you have to act in such a manner that you are trying to find the true
Yeah.
owner and
Wait,
to
so
or to sell it.
two parents of one child, is this also communism?
Hold on, just but let me say one thing, and then I'll put it on mute because I need to say goodbye to someone here. Real quick, I don't mind your framework as long as you keep in mind that is somewhat it's only an analogy, and there's some differences between authority over a child which has rights and authority over a piece of property which doesn't have rights, and also that the solution is only.
Here.
What's that?
Because it's twice you misunderstood me. I'm saying the guardianship is towards the owner. That you don't need. It's like I found a wallet that belongs to somebody, and it has some identifiable thing on it.
Okay, fair point. I got you, but still, there's still a distinction because the reason you're a guardian of a child is they don't have the same capacity. You're talking about more of an adult with capacity, and someone is their agent in a sense. So I agree that you can use that model, but it's only a solution that's necessary if we assume there's a problem that co-ownership couldn't solve in the first place. But
yes,
anyway,
yes.
I'm gonna bow and let other.
Proof. Ace, did you want to speak quickly?
Yeah, I don't know how long Stefan has, but I did want to point out this is something kind of a little bit unrelated, but I wanted to sort of like get his thoughts on this for a little bit. I believe Lucas Dominic, I don't exactly know how to pronounce his name, so I very much apologize. He's a very good libertarian scholar.
Dominiak.
Dominiak, yes, thank you. He's put forth this idea, and I've sort of taken to it, and I really enjoy it. But this idea of easements as a naturally arising thing, and outside of even like the common example of like a group of people like sort of like having an easement route because they've like walked the path a long time. But I was wondering, like, if you take like a theoretical conception of like if you're in the medieval times or something, and you fall down a hill and you roll onto someone's property, right? Let's say we'll call this person like Surf A or something like that, right? And he's fully encircled by Surf B, who's fully encircled by Surf C, all the way in like a Russian nesting doll type property arrangement. It would seem that, and he wants me off his property. He says, get off my property. But because he's encircled by a bunch of other property owners, they don't want me on the property either, right? So it seems that I would have an obligation to leave his property, but leaving his property would entail walking on another person's property, right? Let's just assume they don't have like a trebuchet or something to throw me off. But so would that indicate that there's a natural easement that arises from that type of situation? Because I either would have an easement to either stay on A's property, the one I'm on right now, or to cross through B and C's property.
Let me real quickly say this, and then let others jump in. I think number one, we have to be kind of reluctant or leery of hypotheticals because they're always without context because we don't know what the background customs would be. We don't know what the contractual arrangements might be. It's like the flagpole example. Someone falls off of a flagpole, off of their apartment and onto your flagpole. Can you let them in? I mean, do you have to let them in or can they come in? You can't answer every question from your armchair because we don't know. Maybe there's a contract from the building owner that says you have to let someone in emergencies, or maybe there's a custom in this town. And then we also have to keep in mind the fact that, if you have someone who's a trespasser, an accidental trespasser on your property, can you just kill them because they're a trespasser, or are there proportionality considerations? And I would say reasonable rules of the community and law, custom easements, contracts, implied easements. Like, everyone knows that, if you accidentally go on someone's property, you got to let them out in the least harmful way. Yeah, I don't think you can kill someone. I think they have to have an easement to escape. Just, I think you do. That's my intuitive view, but I'm going to be quiet now and let others talk because I'm monopolizing too much.
Appreciate it. Thank you.
Hello.
Sorry. So, go ahead. You can.
Yeah. So I was going to talk something about the group ownership thing. so like the default presumption he says is like that they both co-own it. I don't think that's like a good enough justification. Like the default presumption in most cases is that there shouldn't be any conflict. So by that logic, you shouldn't have any ownership at all, I guess, or everyone owns everything. So
No, wait. There is some idea that we expressed. I think it was before Mr. Kinsella. I won't say. I won't do it again. I swear. Before Kinsella joined, uh, um, there is a difference between having, which you alluded to, conflict within the legal framework, which we cannot have. That's the whole goal. If we remove that requirement, well, why are we here then? We can just fight each other, no problem. So it has to be within the law, but it's not. There is a possibility of disagreements over facts emerging. In fact, most present-day conflicts are disagreements over facts. I believe that I'm the homesteader, and the other person believes that I'm, a colonizer. One of us is correct, and so we either fight it out, or if he tries to appeal to justice, he has to figure out who is the first comer, or provide me with an alternative system by which he can justify things. So that's the framework, right?
Mm-hmm.
Now, I think that the core disagreement, it was reiterated multiple times. We have to oppose bundle of rights. Now, I had some insights. I'm looking at my notes from before. The idea that about future contracts is interesting. About future title transfers. So the way I understand how a loan would work, or like giving money to somebody would work, is that unless the only thing that creates obligations in my mind is criminal behavior, or taking something from somebody and not concluding the trade. So like forms of fraud, for example. So these are all criminal aggressive actions. So the only way to enslave yourself is to basically, I don't know, perform some attempted capital crime, and then be caught, and then have the victim decide to enslave you versus to kill you. That could be one option. And to have a loan that you have to pay out, meaning that food can be taken from your mouth until you pay it. That would be a form of theft. So if you steal something from somebody, then you have the obligation for full restitution and full retribution, unless they agree to let you go. So can loan contracts or loan concepts be established via this type of deal to function? That could be a possible answer to explore in a paper on theory. But without outside of criminal behavior, promises are just promises, and it's sort of tough luck. A good example I like to think about is you're in natural, in pure ANCAP, and you're climbing into an aircraft. What exactly is the pilot telling you? What's the promise there? And is he your slave for the duration of the trip? And there's some view, maybe Walter Block will say that yes, he's your slave, and he's like, he would aggress against you if he decided to take a parachute and walk out. My view could possibly be that he's not, meaning you're gambling with your life when you climb into his airplane. You could have various
well,
clauses like.
I would say that's like a case of like negligence in. Well, I don't agree negligence by itself is a crime, but you've already accepted someone on your plane, so you have to complete the job. I'm
No,
not
so
sure.
I don't think we need that. Yeah, I was too circular. I don't think we need that. I think it's enough to have this idea implied or directly written that if the aircraft pilot bails and the second aircraft pilot bails, then you have to land the plane, and you can't like shoot them as they're trying to bail. Not only is it functionally incorrect, I don't think it's theoretically correct. I don't think they can give you ownership of their body, and I don't think this is the case in reality right now. It's all based on promises, and people just really care about their reputations. And then there is like state enforcement of that, but I don't think there is an actual aggression by just completely stopping what you were doing that you promised to do somebody, even if I'm not sure that the potential risk to their life as a result would cause it to be an aggression. Ace, maybe you can come in. Maybe I'm making a mistake.
Yeah, I disagree a little bit. I think it's not the fact that they're stopping a promise that is the aggression, but I think that there are certain cases. So normally we say, right, there's no action from the labor of others that you can call a right for yourself, right, in regards to other people. And I generally think that's true in most cases, but I think in some instances that there's some edge cases where that's not as true. Sorry, there's a motorcycle going by. Hold on. I hope you guys didn't hear that too much. Anyway, there's some cases where I think, depending on the type of action you're doing, sometimes it's stopping yourself from doing an action, or like the pilot who just stops flying the plane. I think that is an aggression, but not because he like broke some promise, but just because of the nature of the action itself, right? Allowing the plane to fall. Is in my opinion, that's where I see it as.
Yeah, I agree. That's like
a little bit of a eureka moment. When I first analyzed the plane problem, this was like 2 years or 3 years ago. I didn't use guardianship at all as a tool, or I have to. Kinsella did correct me on using it in cases of two fully willful people, but maybe that framework exists, which will make jumping out an aggression in this case. Maybe you're right. I'll have to think about that.
Yeah, I think like Schizoid made a paper on that or something. Yeah, I've heard something.
Sorry
similar.
about that guy, by the way. Wow, what a tragedy.
Yeah, I know, but yeah, no longer object.
Oh, you know what? I have to say this. This is very important. When you're in a debate and somebody tells you something, and you think that that your mind changed in the middle of a heated debate, this is very good. It's healthy, but you don't have to concede in the moment of the debate. Actually, I would never expect you to. I think it's bad form. You should say, here's the words that are the mass concession, where you say, I have to think about this some more. I have to come back. You've expressed an idea that intrigued me. I will have to explore it. Totally respectful, not a concession. Like I can't disprove you at this moment. It's totally legitimate. And I think that it's trouble when somebody's mentality is that if I get quote unquote crushed in a live debate, that means it's over. No. That's where it begins. Next comes you sitting down and you're writing down exactly what they said. You're analyzing it, and you're seeing if it really actually nullified the theory, or if it's a bunch of word games.
Yeah.
If I may, real quick. Oh, I'm sorry. Go ahead.
No. I just was jotting.
Lincoln is raising his hand to speak. I think he's a listener right now. I don't know if he requested to join, but I just wanted to let you know if you homeowner Lincoln.
Yeah, there are only 2 requests, and I know one of the people, and I will not let him up because no, thank you, Mr. Communist. And I've never seen that person express any actual criticism of our ideas, like directly. He just likes to express his quote unquote opinion, just completely unqualified. So if he wants, he can reply to this and give me a hint of the argument he's going to make, and then I'll let you in. You know who I'm talking about. So sorry.
I don't. If you're talking to me, but if you're talking to
No, no, no,
everyone
no. It's
generally.
somebody
Oh, okay.
who's asking to become a speaker, and I
Oh,
just know
gotcha.
that they like to spam inane things in response to me, which is very nice, but would not be conducive here. So prove to me that you have an argument. Just post it in a reply, and I'll read it and I'll maybe bring you in. I think that's fair. See, I'm gonna see what else is in my notes, and then maybe we'll close it. Maybe we'll raise a different topic. Informal ownership. I will have to address this. I don't like the fact. I'm uncomfortable with the fact that at first we agreed on the idea of a single owner at any time t, and then we said, well, effectively the husband and wife are owners, and this is like the natural desire. Therefore, this should be the case because the husband gives some easements, or there's a bundle of rights situation here, and that's just what they want to call it. I am not yet happy with this, but I do understand the burden of refuting it is on us. Maybe it already happened, and I just don't remember the exact argument. I know that when I was arguing on Discord earlier about this topic, then Mike. Okay, so I'll use the same form. There should be no possibility for a conflict existing within the law, the law aspect of the part. So if there is a possibility for the husband to disagree with the wife, it doesn't matter how we resolve it. I think that at that point, that's the point of failure. Now, whether this necessity is proof or not, whether I'm missing something by bundle of rights theory or not, that's something that I will examine after the conversation for sure. I'm gonna see. Go
Can
ahead.
I add something to that? Okay, thank you. Yeah, I think even like I personally I think I disagree with Zulu a little bit about this. I accept the bundle of rights theory, but I don't think that endangers the ultimate problem of what you guys are talking about when you talk about co-ownership. I think you can accept that, and the underlying problems of co-ownership still remain, in my view.
It'll be interesting if you write it down in a future post or something like that.
Yeah.
Okay. Okay.
I just wanted to like counter something Kinsella said earlier. He brought up like, for example, giving consent to kissing, but not more. Like that's you don't need like a bundle of rights theory to like explain that. It just she gives consent to that thing. It doesn't mean you have ownership over anything there. It's just consent, basically.
Yeah, there's the consent to one thing. It could be read that I'm still excluding everything else. I think that's fine. Is that turned into a bundle? Where I get confused in the conversation, and I'm honestly saying this, is I never had a problem with like future promises of title transfer. Like a contract says that on this condition, if at time t I have the house and you have the money, then I sold you the house. That's a future contract. That's perfectly fine. I don't see how that creates why that would create an obligation. I see the quote unquote market demand, the desire for such obligations to exist in society. They could possibly make things easier, but I want to see the theoretical, whether I can support it theoretically. I'm not sure yet. So because my natural response at the moment is to say tough luck. For example, you loan money to somebody, and well, they don't have it in the moment where you have to pick it up. So maybe it's tough luck unless I can prove that it's a crime and they stole from me. But if it's not a crime and they didn't steal from me, then tough luck. And what does tough luck mean? It means in the loan market, there will be other things that would be required for it to function. It would be like a gambling market in some sense. Part of it will be resolved through gambling and reputation. So it's just gambling. You gamble on the person giving you back more money. and the person is gambling on their reputation because they want to return the money so they can borrow some more from someone else. That's one way to resolve it. Another way could be the market will introduce collateral, and collateral will be used a lot, and it would be conditional collateral, such as that you can't try to sell it until the duration of the other contract. So the future sale contract could actually be written correctly. It could say, I agree to sell you the house in 1 year, and also I agree that if I try to sell it to anyone else, then I have to call you and ask you if you want to buy it now. That could be a legitimate agreement. Or it could be even more brutal. It could say, if I try to sell it before that date, then the title transfers to the other guy, if you want to agree to something that's ridiculous. Meaning, he doesn't even have to pay me. That could be written in the contract. It will be a conditional title transfer, so totally legitimate. So we don't need co-ownership or any future obligations, quote unquote, for this to exist. It could be explicitly written within the contract. And the other thing is any attacks.
Yeah, but there's one question. I'm not like super good at like contract theory, but like if you do like the call thing, but if you like forget to do that, then you like need to have a clause for that too. Like you'd have to like transfer this amount of money to that person, right?
No, yeah, it could be that if you forget to call, then it just the contract might say an even heavier penalty, which is they just get it.
Could also
That
could a
could be
penalty
like-
just be
yeah.
like spanking or some like physical punishment?
That's funny, actually. Actually, those could happen because unless the person dies, then the point is mute. But yeah, there's no way their ass gets displayed in 1 year. Legionnaire, go ahead. Sorry, I was rambling.
That's me just kind of spitballing. I can be completely wrong about this, but if co-ownership is true, right? If it is valid, doesn't that kind of mean that both parties can be homesteaders? But how does this make any sense? How does do you think, given that resources are scarce?
Sorry, please repeat that. My bad.
I'm saying that if, co-ownership is true, it's something that's valid, right? Doesn't that kind of mean that two parties can both be homesteaders at once? But how does this make sense considering that resources are scarce? This could be me completely spitballing it, but it's just kind of what I've been
I see.
thinking while we're listening.
So this was brought up in discussions. There are forms of homesteading that maybe the answer to them is that they're not homesteading, meaning people are doing something and they're intentionally building a contradiction right into it, and then they're asking others to sort of fix that for them, and others could just say no, like or we're just gonna decide that one of you is the owner and you sort it out later. Like it's not on us, it's on you to make homesteading make sense. If somebody makes overcomplicated homesteading structure where the owner is unknowable, well, they've built something, they just wasted effort. We can't protect other people from wasting their effort, or doing things incorrectly. And there is even a worse case. If somebody emborders around something that somebody already owns, if they're like exercising control over something they don't own, well, we don't call that ownership. We already say that's generates a conflict, therefore it's null and void. So if there are competing claims between the first comer and somebody who claims is a first comer, but we find out they're a latecomer, tough luck for the latecomer. Yes, they built a fence, but now they have to think, what can I do with it? Maybe they find a technical solution. For example, they will leave, a passageway to the other property, and then things work. Or maybe that's not enough. This is, as Kinsella said, that would have to be judged within local context. I'll give you, in the back of my mind, there is an example that I believe is very annoying for the sort of essentialist view of our theory. Let's say that you invite somebody to your home. No, even worse. I'll make it worse. Somebody falls into your backyard, and you have a normal door to walk outside, and you have, a maze that takes a year to to bypass, to walk through, to also exit your property. And you tell them, "Oh, no, don't use the front door, use the maze." And so there is some schizo argument that technically you're letting them leave, but in reality you've exercised control over their body. And so now a judge will have to decide that it's probably not synthetically decided upon within the clear theory. It's things like principle of gentleness will apply. Maybe you have an obligation to let them seize their aggression in their fastest way possible, while they have an obligation to seize their, sorry, not aggression, seize their trespass in the fastest way possible as well. There's mutual obligations there that could be established. But you understand what I'm talking about, right? So like,
Yes, I do understand.
If I surround somebody's property, but I leave
Yes, I understand the donut
to
example.
walk through, yeah.
The donut example would be arbitrary imprisonment, as we put it, because you're not letting them any way out. You're kind of just exercising control of them, despite not having control of the property. I actually completely agree with what you're saying, right? But I just wanted to know, I just kind of spitball that because that's kind of the reason why I think collective ownership is kind of nonsense, co-ownership, whatever you call it. But can you link the article where Dominiacs and Wall Block say these things?
Yeah. If you don't have it, I have it. If you have it, though, it's all good.
If you have it immediately right now, do it.
Oh wait, no, sorry. I don't have the one where it's Walter Block and Dominiac. I have one where it's just Dominiac.
It's Dominiac, but he's referring to just the Dominiac article. It's
okay. Yes. All right. Yeah, let me get that copied real quick.
That article has a lot of interesting tools to discuss this, and
I'm very sad because I'm very sad because I wanted to build a maze in my home and make people go through it.
I think
really wanted to do that.
Maybe I had a bad example. Even let's say in the donut example, if you cut a slice through your donut and they can leave through that slice, is that enough? That would be my question. That I don't think theory I'm very clear on, because you're still exercising control. Like, you've changed the situation already. They used to be able to leave their property from anywhere, and now you've created, like, they now have to bypass yours. Is this inconvenience sort of their fault or your fault?
My simple response to that would be just kind of tough luck. You're gonna have to exit through the fucking gap. That's it, I think. But I'll have to think about that later. Maybe
it's tricky because sometimes you can come up with some formulations where it almost seems like what's known as like malicious compliance. So it's that is a bit of a tricky one.
I think that is the kind of the response. You kind of just tough luck there.
I posted I don't know how you link like comments in the space, but I posted it underneath your group space post, Casimir.
Oh.
This is the most brilliant UI ever created. Totally not a patchwork of insane decisions.
Where is it?
If you go to Casimir's account, it will be right under where the space is. If you click on the most recent space post he posted, it'll be right under there. Oh wait, I'm locked. He can't see it. Hold on.
Yeah, I can't see your posts.
I'm sorry. Yeah, Casimir, can you just link forward that link to him?
Oh, you're self-blocked. Yeah. No, I'll do the link. I'll link it.
Yeah. Thank you. Sorry about that. Forgot about that.
I definitely did not block you. You're locked, right?
No, yeah, I'm locked.
Okay, I found it. It's the direct link. This is in Libertarian Papers, the Blockian Proviso. Even if you disagree with it, it has some interesting ideas of how to think about things. Wait, so I posted my space twice. Interesting. I didn't know that existed. All right, I replied to the one with the most replies. I so I remember parts of Kinsella's argument against this concept. It's sort of tangential to group ownership questions and to easements. And maybe his the most common answer is literally you have to have a judge. It's context related. So you're you're trying to make somebody leave your property, your house or whatever, your yard, and they just blew up and became fat and they can't pass through. Are you obligated to like destroy a piece of the wall to let them through or something like that? There are all of these ridiculous hypotheticals, ridiculous seeming hypotheticals, but they apply very heavily with forestalling, because the main idea of forestalling is that you're actually aggressing by stopping them from coming through. And there's a question of whether it's enough to have like a common sense or local law resolve it, or if just a null or if it's just a null and void concept. Period. So I will definitely return to Kinsella's article arguing against that. I think there were arguments like if you own something on another planet, and the only way to get there is to build a spaceport to launch a rocket, and you have to have multiple people's properties to do it, ownership land to do it, and they just disagree, then you can never be the build that ship, so you can never reach that planet, so you can never exercise exclusion over what you hypothetically got to own there. Maybe the answer in that case is tough luck. You probably obtained it via an agent, and that's the only way you can manage it. And so that's it. And if you lose contact with that agent, then that might be effective abandonment. I don't know.
By the way, that link you sent, Lucas Dominic paper, it's listed as probable spam. Just so you know, so you have to like.
Wait, really?
Yes, on the post. Yes, if you just scroll down, you have to like show probable spam, and then you can find it.
This is horrible. I just noticed you're sending me messages in private. I will respond to them. I'm not sure I'll be able to do it live in the space, Kinsella. These are footnotes. I will definitely read them. So let me see if I can vocalize those. You're right about the title transfer penalties, but that would mean that you could end up having a way to grant somebody a life easement or a life estate that you cannot revoke by will. I will think about that.
Was that in response to what I said?
No, I don't know actually. That's the trouble. I just detected those. I'm a bit all over the place.
I
Okay,
mean, yeah,
we are.
Would be a trouble. It would be weird if it was like the penalty clause was to like killing the person. That would be, yeah, strange. If you just got the title ownership for a right to.
No, life easement. Okay, let me explain this possibly. So there is I own the home, and I give the home to my son, and in the contract there is a demand by me to implement a life easement, so I get to live in the home permanently.
Okay, never mind.
So the way I would write the contract within my current understanding of the law would be as follows. It would be so the son owns the home. However, before he gets to own the home, he signs a title transfer contract with the father that states that the father is allowed to live and exercise this range of rights and act as a manager on the son's behalf of that property, of that home, and there may be even written some idea of substantial or insubstantial changes, which may or may not require approval. And so all of this complex contract would come under the clause that if the son fails to abide by these clauses, then the ownership, full ownership, reverts back to the father. And I think that would function, and that would prevent, that would make it into an actual contract and not just a promise. And I don't need to use any title related obligations to it. I'm simulating them, though. I could say as much. And this simulation could extend to potential sales. So you could, for example, say it like two people, one of them owns a home and wants to transfer ownership to another person. I'll say, okay, so Crusoe wants to transfer ownership to Friday, but he places conditions on the transfer, that they will also have a contract to transfer it back in certain conditions. That might involve anything, any intent, anything that's measurable, I guess. Oh, sorry, this is where I was going to. Let's say there's a third person, Joshua, and so the entailment part of the contract Friday might have to sign is, if he sells the house to Joshua, he's allowed to, as long as Joshua signs the same exact contract with Crusoe. And so that provision would propagate from owner to owner and allow Crusoe to maintain whatever he wants to maintain, his quote unquote life easement. That could work. So I don't need to change my system in order to accommodate this. And then the question is why? Why would I change my system? I'm assuming that that in a later article or media, I will be able to disprove bundle of rights theory must be refuted logically. Like I will be able to offer the full refutation.
Assume Zulu does have that, like he's written on it and such. I would definitely like to see them like debate once more, like just them two, just like Input Error said.
Yeah, this was a really good opening shot because we got to see what we agree on and what we disagree on, and it's more nuanced than I believed. I did not see this, did not foresee this type of opposition, and I don't want to dismiss it offhand. I want to analyze it. So there it goes.
Cool.
So I don't want to change the topic of the recording too much. We had like an intermission for technical difficulties where we spoke about IP and spoke to guests. I'm going to check to see who I'm on hand. So there's Legionnaire. I'm going to bring you back up. Okay, Kareem wrote that he has some kind of a theory. Let me analyze this for a moment and see if we continue the space or maybe I'll gradually bring it to a close. Because raising another topic should be done with a new space, probably. I don't know. One moment. Okay, so Kareem wrote, I was basing off of multi-contract theory versus exclusive contract theory. Think of a virtual property when multiple people can access a file. So I reject it on other grounds. I don't need to address it. This becomes an IP question. Sorry, don't believe in IP. Falls outside of the context of this conversation. So no, not this time, my friend. My communist friend, who will definitely not be the first in line.
I'm just gonna say the obvious. Like you need to reduce this to like conceptual hierarchy and propositions, like to just see the full picture and structure. Not that I've fully listed that out myself, but I'm just saying.
Oh yeah, there were questions earlier. I don't know if I answered that. Maybe somebody remembers. Stop me then if I didn't. If we did, about Apple and all the corporations that exist, and and X. How will that function within the system? The system we're proposing, the changes we're proposing to the law. I think many of the things that work will be able to be quote unquote simulated, meaning they're already part of the contract theory. So you could have a queue, a whole list of ticket holders, and you can have a rule that if a ticket holder has 50% of all the tickets, they become the owner of the title. It's completely legitimate to write a condition like that. You could write in voting in council, and the owner has to abide by the council. If they don't, then the condition gets triggered. So that is possible. I'm not saying that it's actually desirable. I think it's probably undesirable. These are weaker structures, but we can simulate them. So if we can simulate a lot of the even some of the worst aspects of corporatism, why would we need the state to do it? Why would we need um, uh, violently monopolized and enforced version of group ownership, which is all the trade commissions and codes of incorporations of all the states and the federal government. Now, what might become more difficult in liability evasion might become more difficult under this worldview, or maybe maybe not. So all of these questions deserve to be resolved and analyzed. But I think that the form of corporatism could exist, just without obviously the state, and without any lack of without this unclear idea. The shareholders will definitely not be called owners within the court of law, even if Kinsella is right, and they will remain such in colloquial understanding.
Could you just make a tangential comment about group ownership?
No. Go ahead. I'm seeing in the next 5 minutes, if we don't get something lively, then I don't like. Yeah, I'll put a stop to it.
Okay. Yeah, I'm just saying, like, there's some. I remember, I think Kinsella or someone else brought up, like, if you like work on something, like if you like do some labor with something, even if it's someone else who owns it, it sort of becomes yours. Like, and I agree that's like a dumb theory of like property, but that's like how it is, like somewhat here where I'm at in Norway. I know someone who has the issue of like there's someone living with them, and there's some like, since they have invested a lot of time into the property, even if they don't own it, like when it comes to inheritance for his children, it will basically, like, he will sort of get some ownership of claim over that according to like state civil law, basically. And yeah, I just want to say, like, that's kind of stupid, you know.
I mean, it could. I would just tell you that my immediate question is: could it exist within our universe? It could. It just that you would have to consent to it, and you can consent to quite a lot of things. Consent meaning you can move to a place where, in order to live there, you pre-agree to a whole bunch of implied traditions and customs.
Yeah,
And
but the
the
point was
courts would
that,
recognize them.
but the point was that that wasn't the case. That's basically imposed on by the corrupt lawyers, basically.
Yeah, what normally happens is people have peaceful relationships, and they have existing customs, But then other people gain power and they say, "Oh, we're going to modify what owning things means in the society now. Here, seizure, and here's seizures, here's public domain. Enjoy yourselves." So there is that problem for sure, and that problem actually exists within ANCAP as well potentially. If you join a covenant that has a voting system that can change the rules of the covenant, well, congratulations, that covenant, not just likely, but probably by some of the right-wing ideas about power, will gradually become into an oligarchy, and you will gradually lose your rights unless you're at the top. Rights to everything except your body, obviously. Rights to the thing that you joined. So we're not eliminating corruption totally. We're just making it more difficult to hide, I would say.
I prefer when I in a free society to not have a covenant community and just live freely myself with my own property.
My prediction is to totally disagree. As a very I don't know. Yeah, I'll still call myself a right winger on the cultural issues. I think that okay, this is a separate conversation. This is probably the next space I want to have, or next conversation I want to have. Maybe the next video I should produce. The first video I should produce is on this idea that a lot of the ways things are right now is not a product of some individual will, but more of a product of topography. Meaning, what exists in society is what can exist within the combination of technology, culture, region, and history. And so when the United States had the combination of these factors, when it had this meta topography for promoting freedom, it was more free. And now that it has the reverse, it will gradually become less and less free unless the underlying conditions change.
Okay. Hi, do you mind if I pipe in real quick?
Oh yeah, absolutely. And then Legionnaire afterwards, and others before the space.
Okay.
Closes.
I mean, yes.
Yeah. In regards to.
Or you.
Oh, go ahead. Yeah, it doesn't matter. Whoever wants to go next.
No, go ahead.
If somebody wants
and
to go
then...
before me, go ahead.
No. You've I actually forgot to tell you. You should have raised your hand, but definitely go guest, and then a Legionnaire, and I'll remember the point. I'll write it down, and we'll speak again.
Okay. Just in regards to some of the settlement in regards to some of these issues where there's not a clear answer as to how some of these things should be resolved regarding like crossing over property and things like that. I've had this idea baking of what if we have these clear property rules on what you have the right to do and what you don't have the right to do. Basically conferring the absolute control over property to individuals, but then considering what you choose to do with that property. So let's say you build the maze or you block somebody in. The idea of still settling that within a court, but instead of making it issue over property rights, making it issue over some kind of, we'll call it like a moral offense. The idea that you've done something that is causing not necessarily a property right harm, but certainly a moral one. Like you've done something that is clearly a dick move, and you might have a claim to have that to some type of compensation or resolution as a result of uh, being mistreated in a moral sense, even if the property owner hasn't technically violated your property rights, at least not in a way that can be clearly defined within the courts.
In short, I think that's the assumed fallback if we don't find the answer, then we can like ostracize undesirable behavior.
Right.
We're not there yet, but let me get Legionarian if he wants to come back.
So I'm just gonna kind of try to add to what the other guy was saying. You can always change your mind. About this, about property right now. Right now, I don't know what the name of the laws are, but generally, in countries right now, if a robber, for example, spends like an arbitrary amount of time, I think it's 15 years in your property, and he maintains it in such and such, then he is considered now the new owner, right? This is assuming in that meantime you have never enforced your property rights. Now, I think that's completely retarded. I think that's completely legitimate. But I think there is a kind of case in ANCAP society where, like, let's say I abandon my house and for like it's growing moss and all of that. It may as well be something you can just go ahead and homestead. I think.
I think
there's no way to tell someone.
what you described is sort of dangerous. The question is, abandonment is this idea that you can exclude and you don't, like you willfully have chosen to stop excluding, and so a person showed up on your property and they said, can I move in? And they didn't hear an answer, and so they assumed it's abandoned and then they moved in. Now then they actually found you, they're doing their due diligence, and they realized that, oh, they could have made a mistake. So they found you, they called you up and they said, can we stay at your home? And if you don't respond to that, then they can say he has effectively abandoned it, and they would like possibly, I don't know, have a record of this, and they would try to get witnesses for this to be able to enforce it. But that would be effective abandonment, because the person does not, well, given the choice and the option, the person does not exercise exclusion. So maybe that would be objective abandonment. You don't even need anything else.
You need a reasonable amount of time to respond to, of course, right? But yeah.
So that part is okay. We had a lot of moments in this discussion. This is where I can bring in an important concept, which I don't think we voiced, and I would love to voice towards the end of the conversation. There is an article that I believe everybody should read, and I'm like a broken record about this. It's not a really good article. Maybe it should be rewritten, but it's called Species, and it's written on the website of Plato-Stanford.edu, which is the SEP, Stanford Encyclopedia of Philosophy.
I hate that website.
Yeah,
The website is not good.
It has an entrance on species. What's important about it is to understand it as like a philosophical term, not necessarily. Animals is one example of species, like animal types. And what we did a lot in this conversation is we engaged with concepts that are not sharp concepts. They are identities that the name for them from Richard Boyd is homeostatic property clusters, where homeostatic means they're sort of keeping themselves steady over time. They don't change more than they change, if you want to think about it this way. So we can see that it's the same ship of Theseus. We can see that it's the same identity of our friend or the local, or the dog that you own, even though technically, every few years all their cells get renewed or whatever, that every single moment their organism changes. So there's nothing essential about the totality of their structure, the quote unquote. So it's not an essential identity. It's an identity of a whole group of factors that you consider all at once, and if they mostly match up, you say, oh, that's my friend the Liquid Zulu, or Kinsella, or you can always change your mind, right? So a lot of these concepts we talk about, when you hear an answer, a judge will decide, or like we need to know the circumstances, what it means is that we're most likely dealing with a probability, like a Bayesian analysis case, where the court will accept evidence until everybody involved is certain of the reality as it is. And that means gradual introduction of evidence, that no piece of evidence is sufficient to provide an answer on its own. You can't like nitpick at and say, oh, this is not enough, because it's the totality of the evidence of various factors that will tell you who did what. So, for example, the totality of the evidence might include that you didn't just say, you know, hit me in the face. You also walked into a bar that says, if you say hit me in the face in this bar, then people will hit you in the face. It's like
Liquid Zoo talked about this in his article.
It's like a fight club, right? So like all of that context will build into the understanding of whether we explain your words as a joke or as serious. And it's not like a sharp definition necessarily. It's a combination of factors.
But at a certain point there, you can reach certainty, and I also don't think like the agreement is like the standard. It has to be like objective, and of course the judge should be objective. They of course can make mistakes, but yeah, ideally should be objective about it.
Yeah. So a good example is it could be that there are, a society or a group or a village might have some base assumptions of what it means to own land, meaning how high above it do you also claim. And another society might say, no, you have to build a flagpole, and anything above that flagpole is basically, not yours. You don't have any claim on it.
Well, if
So
I'm
there
in
could
a
be
society, I don't care what they think. I own it.
right, but your ownership is a relationship with the people you exclude. Your ownership must be knowable.
Yes.
Do you disagree with that?
That's
No.
what that was kind of what I was getting at earlier when I said that thing.
Like they can't just have their own theory of ownership that's just arbitrary.
It's
no. Wait, it's not.
No.
It's not
I
theory.
can
It's fact. Go ahead, Legend.
What?
It's not necessarily really a theory. It's just that the way we determine things. Like if I fucking build a fence around some empty plot of grass, do I own it? That's kind of something that's because something homestead within homestead is something that's going to be kind of a intrasubjectively ascertainable, right?
Mm.
Yeah.
But
So
objectively,
let's say
you don't say like objectively as a
no. It is no. Okay, so
interpersonally.
I can link you those concepts. Intersubjective understanding is objective in an important sense. There is a reality of that affects humans, their language, not humans, any sentient beings, aliens, whatever, what have you, that affects language, and it defines what communication is in like the broadest terms. So you could have an implementation of our theory of ownership on Earth within most of our languages are convergent and translatable, and but if you started to have interactions with aliens that you have some language barrier with, you might have to be more explicit about what you own. For example, it might become the standard to have a spherical like object around what you own be the standard of what's sufficient to identify it, or whereas currently it's a fence. Like if you live in a society where everybody can fly, then fences are not sufficiently communicative.
You're talking about like norms, right?
No, I'm talking about communication. That I thought about this a lot. My problem with so the labor theory of ownership doesn't work. The decree theory of ownership doesn't work either. When I say that I'm excluding you, that's not
It's
enough.
not that it
It's not
didn't
enough
work,
to
they're
just say
wrong.
it. Correct. I'm saying it's wrong. But then what remains? And what remains is not um, just like an inner monologue, like an inner truth. Ownership exists within the concept of law, which exists within there being two parties minimum with the hypothetical judge. So maybe even three parties have to exist for it to make sense. There is an implied idea that there's someone else who's going to be judging. There is a latecomer. So if the latecomer cannot decipher what the first comer did, then he's not a latecomer anymore. He's a homesteader if he makes it decipherable to you. So you have a responsibility as the homesteader to do something, and to make the other party accepts as more than a verbal decree. And I think um, let's just say it becomes complicated of what is enough. Maybe it's enough to plant a square made out of flags around, a little clearing or a forest, and the forest or the clearing becomes yours. Maybe that's effort enough in a society. And so we're seeing what is like the minimal action to claim something. Maybe it becomes a competition for arbitrarily smaller and smaller physical actions, and then there's a certain point where they stop communicating and they become very weak. Do you see what I'm talking about? How there could be like a gradient of communication where it becomes more and more vague.
Yeah, I guess, but like there's a threshold, right? There has to be a threshold.
And
Yeah, but no. The threshold is what I'm telling you is that it's the threshold doesn't exist. It's like the problem of the neck or the beard. Where does your neck begin? Where does your beard begin? And you clearly see that there is like some point, but there's no clear threshold. So
Well,
this is a
that's
concept
why we have objectivism. We have we have kind of like solved that problem with concept formation.
Yes, you do. Wait. The way you solve it is through a Bayesian-like inference. You infer that you have this one group that has a focal point where it's all the way there, and another point where it's a gradient, and you assert that your face is here, your beard is here, and there's this middle ground that you don't care to adjudicate about.
Yeah, yeah, you have to. Okay, just speak, Legion. I'm not. Yeah.
I think this kind of can bring us back to I've kind of lost what you guys were saying here, but I'm not going to bring that up again. That I'll take
No,
back this discussion.
so let me explain
no.
because I'm using terms that I'm not explaining. Maybe that's the issue. So
I kind of want to make a point before anything else.
oh yeah, go ahead. Yeah, change.
I think this kind of brings us back to like the whole thing of co-ownership because okay, how do I ascertain which person of the A and B parties, which supposedly co-own the property, are owning it right now, are exerting the rule over it, assuming that's how it goes. Hello?
Sorry. I was responding to someone else multitasking. Could you please repeat the core point, if you ask me?
Okay. So we have this idea of co-ownership, right? And okay, so how do I ascertain, for example, intersubjectively ascertain that party A is exerting the rule of their property, or party B, which party A and B supposedly co-own the property? How do I ascertain which rules are applying here? Which who is the homesteader here? Now that kind of makes no sense to me.
No, I know. I actually gave court case. Like I tried to imagine court cases for one of my previous debates, and I can highlight possibly some of them. Like there's a co-ownership situation, and one person sells the property, and the other person says I don't want it sold, if there's no prior agreement, then what actually happens? So one answer could be is that the sale goes through and the other person was the actual owner, or the sale might be null and void, or the sale might be an act of homestead. That could be the case, like that the ownership previously was incoherent, but the person that purchased it, like the act of purchase is sufficient to emborder it, to say those borders are now mine, and so he's actually the first comer there. That could be the legal analysis. But yes, it is confusing, and this is why for every time t there has to be an answer x, so that you can it has to be either explicit or explicit within the region.
You can explain what you were saying earlier then, now that we got that over.
What so the simpler example that's provided in the text is, let's say you have a concept, a duck. What's a duck? And there is no essential quality there. There's no trait that makes a duck a duck. Any particular essence you point to, any particular trait you point to, is either going to be mystical, meaning like Plato's world of forms, so it's not accessible, therefore show me evidence or I don't believe it exists. Or if it's a trait that you observe, it's not exclusive. There are other things that have that trait that are not ducks. So essentialism is dead in terms of defining such concepts in reality, such identities. And so what do we have instead? One of the proposals, which I subscribe to, is Richard Boyd's proposal and others, which is the homostatic property cluster. There's a colloquial phrasing of this. If it walks like a duck and quacks like a duck and looks like a duck, then it's a duck.
Yeah, but you haven't answered what a duck is. You just saying words, like you haven't defined. So
okay, okay, I have to ask, why is it one particular trait that makes a duck a duck? Why can't it be
No,
like
it's
the
not,
whole of the
it's
duck?
not. So if essentialism is wrong, there is no single trait that's necessary and sufficient to identify the entity. There is no such trait that's necessary and sufficient. There's no essence. That's the answer of people who believe that essentialism is dead. If you read the article, there will be like arguments quoted that refute essentialism. And then you go down to this idea of the property cluster. Well, imagine a word cloud, right? That it has a beak, it has webbing on its feet, it has the outline of a duck, and then you can look at the DNA, and it shares a DNA grouping with a duck. So you have the DNA of a particular duck, and if you test 10,000 ducks, their DNA will be distinct from another species. An LLM will be able to find it. There's a visual way to imagine this. Imagine like a wave function on a plot that goes up and down, up and down, up and down. You can identify the peaks, and maybe there's an essential quality of the peak. The peak exists, but the concept of the hill in the data, there is like a hill and a valley. Where does the hill begin is could be like depending on your definition, because there is no possibly clear border there. Maybe in math there is, but there are examples where there isn't. But you can
think it's the wrong way of looking at like concepts and concept formation. Like I'm not an expert, but I have read most of like How We Know, and I might butcher some of it, but so the way you like form concepts is like you observe similarities, and a very different distant thing. When all of these are in like the same category of like things, like you can have like two dogs and you can have a tree. Both are like physical things that you can see, and then you can form the concept of dog. Basically, you can see these two are very similar, and you see also this tree that gives you a reason to like group these together, and then you have like a primitive concept of dog, and then you can identify further, like include other dogs into that list. But then you might encounter something that is like a borderline case, maybe like a wolf or something. Is that still a dog? And you might argue it is still a dog, or maybe it has like evolved very differently from it, so like it's very different. So then you'd have to like add in like I guess a different like concept, or a different, like you say, it's a different animal then. Or like a good dog, a certain type of dog, I guess. Yeah, so like you have to describe it basically. Yeah, yeah, you can answer, I guess.
All right, I'm getting ready to close the space. I think everybody pretty much left. The topic changed, so I'm gonna rename it, and there'll be a recording.
All right, that was great.
Yeah, I'm not that good at concept formation. I need to read more. It was fun.
Was fun.
Oh yeah, I managed to get everybody's name in the name. That's it. All right. Thank you very much. I think I've dragged it very long and off topic. So we'll see if we can edit it down and break it down into sections. Have a great day.
Goodbye.